some of the hottest cars New York has ever seen. From dropping some of the hottest verses rappers ever heard. From the ghost spot with the smoke, fleeing the murder scene, you know me well. From nightmares of a lonely cell, my only hell. But since when y'all brothers know me to fail? Heck no, we're all my brothers with the rubber grips for shots. And if you're with me, mama, rub on your tits and whatnot. I'm from the school of the hard knocks. You must not let outsiders violate our boxing in my plot. Let's stick up the world and split it 50-50, Let's take the dough and stay real taking, and set the Chris and get pissy, flowing beneath me like the memory of my brother Biggie, baby. You know it's hell when I come through. The life and times of Sean Carter, brother, volume 2. Y'all brothers get ready. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for being patient. If for any reason you notice I have internet problems, you can thank Cox Communications for doing work on a hot summer day, literally right down the street. So I apologize for that in advance. Hopefully it doesn't ruin the outline, but so far so good. But guys, finally, back once again, the one and only RUE Black in the house. How you doing, RUE?
Pretty good, bro. As you know, it's been really hot today. But other than that, great, bro. Great.
Awesome. Great to hear it. Glad to hear it. I just want to advise everybody to do a free thing. Smash the like, unless, of course, you're driving down the road listening. Be safe. But it does trigger the X algorithm and the YouTube algorithm. And, of course, you can follow myself over on the X platform, which you see the handle above Rue's head. You can also follow him as well at Black Rue on both YouTube and X. And before we get into the comments, we're just going to give him a quick plug. So here's his channel, just in case you're brand new to the broadcast and so on. It is this right here. Actually, I said this right here. I mean, where the heck is it? All right. I'm sorry. Here we go. So, yes, here we go. I bet. Let's share this right here. And it's on YouTube. Here he is. And just giving everybody a heads up, you got anything new for anybody with your live show? Is there something that you're constantly discussing? I know you've been killing it with the SWFT blockchain coverage.
Yeah, we've just been killing Swift lately. And it's so cool because there's so many things related to Swift, especially when you bring Draper into the fold. So on Swift all the time. But with Draper, you get so many things like Stellar, like XLR, like Casper, like, you name it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, here's his channel. He has videos he puts out. He also does, obviously, the live shows. And, yeah, here's this last few that were live. Look at this. Swift blockchain, big bricks news shows Swift is the money flow tool. Think about how that sounds. And then the other one was 4 days ago. Swift blockchain circle USDC, a key to Mika flow. I've been advised, I don't know if it was by you, not Micah, Mika. And then it says bricks and Swift price movement. You cover a lot in your deep dives in regards to that. So very cool to get into that. And then on top of that, guys, you can follow him over on X, okay, at Black Rue. and you're starting to gain some steam on X, so that's cool, man. Right on.
Yeah, we're trying to grow X, guys. Yeah, definitely go over there and give me a follow. I would very much appreciate it.
Very cool. All right, you guys know what we're going to do. You know the drill. We are going to welcome our wonderful community that we have tonight. Before we actually get into it, I just want to state this little disclaimer that I offered, I'm telling you, RUE, anyway, for RUE to go first because I want to respect that he's a special guest and so on, but he's just like, no, man, he's like, I would like to learn too, right? So I'm learning from him. He's learning from me. We're all learning something, right? So he will not be going first tonight, but you know, it's he's got some alpha for you guys. So I guess what we're gonna do is after we kick into the comments, which is only a few. I guess this is a weird night, you know, not a big showing tonight. That's okay. We're going to then kick it into the outline. We'll start off with Stellar, and then we have some Q&T, and it's going to build a solid outline in regards to what's really going on. Regulations, I really think, are the next big step forward. It's the next thing, I should say. Going to show some exclusive interviews, some backstage interviews. You're even going to hear one particular gentleman who sits on a panel connected to the bigger picture quant, talking about how this is not supposed to be released to the media. Well, sorry. You know, you guys are going to get to see that, which is pretty cool. And, of course, shout out to the one and only Quant Papa for the collaboration. All right. First comment of the day is from, actually, it's from Tim Shea, which is, you know, he says, hey. But thank you so much, Mr. Crypto Commissioner in the house. And the super chat, actually, from Henry Brown. Now, there might have been some other comments that got chopped off, but it says 420. So that was before the show, way before the show. And interesting, you posted that 420. Anyway, $5 super chat, showing support. Hit the like button, comment, and share the video. Oh, P.S. Be on the lookout for Tim Dogg's album coming soon, produced by Boomer Effin' Sooner. Wow, that'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting album. Anyway. All right. Thank you so much for that, Henry Brown. Papa Kev, good to see you, man. On standby for another truth bomb. Digital G in the house. GG, good to see you, man. Very good to see you. Dennis Leal in the house. Good to see you as well. Corey Bibe in a stereotypical voice. Good evening, future crypto millionaires. Thanks, Max. Yes, bring great honor to Corey Bibe and family. Let's go. Thank you for being here. All right. Greg Beatty. Interesting how all these names kind of sound the same. Corey Bibe, Greg Beatty, right? You know, what do you like the third cousin, Corey Bibe? Anyway, just joke. He says, "Good day, mate. How you going? How's it going? Pretty good. Thank you. Appreciate that." Beebs, Max, yeah, I was reading about the possibility of Stellar burning 20 billion of its tokens. That would be amazing. All right, so when we get into the outline about it, there's the good and there's the bad, and also we'll spill the beans here in a bit. Like, is it actually going to be a thing going on? Is it only going to be Stellar? It has to do with legislation. I already saw one person beat me to it, which is obviously GG, Digital G. I'm sure when he saw the title, or maybe he follows some of these other guys, he's probably like, hey, you know, pump the brakes a moment. Like, what the heck is going on with that, right? All right, so Leroy Goodwin, not to be confused with Leroy Jenkins. This channel is better than Dateline. Really? Shout out to Ted Koppel back in the day, right? Anyway, I mean, was he bald or did he have a toupee? You know, people have always asked. All right. All right, so this is on topic. GG says, not sure why retail always go right to burn. This possibility isn't meant for just Stellar. That's a good point. I pointed out. Stellar could just dump it or leave the U.S. jurisdiction, go to another jurisdiction. So, to what possible build? I don't see them doing like a, you know, let's just be honest, pardon my expression, like a dick move like that. That would be really messed up. All right. Yeah. I mean, your thoughts on that for a moment.
Well, if you look at the deal they made with Franklin Templeton a couple of years ago, or it's like 2023, they're kind of in with Franklin Templeton, and Franklin Templeton is in with them. So I don't see them just like jumping ship because they're deeply connected with Franklin Templeton. So,
well stated. And that was another thing I covered in the past as well. So I'm glad you brought that up. just waiting for a few more people to filter in. Numbers are starting to kick up. I do appreciate that. I know that it's not what you guys are accustomed to back in the day of, shows every single day and so on. But I do appreciate you guys being here. Let's go further down. GG says you don't see the bill passing to force burns. It can be bad for crypto in the US. Yes, that's the bad side about it. People, of course, feeling like, well, we're retail. We want the burns. Like, forget everybody else. You got to understand that it's the bigger picture. It would affect the ecosystem, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit as well. Ahmed is in the house. Good to see you, man. This is the second time I see someone say, excellent burn, don't tease me. Good. Good to see you, Ahmed. All right. GT, evening, my fellow informed DGN family. Good to have you, man. Good to have you. All right. We're going to go further down. Pay me in XLM. One Love, Max, and RUE. Yes, thank you so much. Hopefully you're a fan of Nas, my all-time favorite rapper. All right. Ahmed saying hello to you. GG with a $2 super chat. Let's read this for a second. Max and RUE is a better than the clowns debate. Oh boy, yeah. Well, maybe
What's the clowns debate?
Maybe that's what's going on. There's a debate going on as a debate or something like that. And
I gotcha. Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I
know
sense.
what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Let's go further down. Richie Rich in the house. Good to see you, brother. But yes, GG. Thank you again for the super chat. And Jason Lucas in the house. SPL in the house. All right. Just going to re-advise everybody. I usually don't do this too much, but let's just check out YouTube real quick. We are at 24 likes, 25 people watching. So you guys are smashing that, which is cool. Okay. I do appreciate that. It's just going to take a little bit of time. It might be a funky day. It is what it is. Thanks for everybody else that tuned in. And of course, these will be chopped up. So we're going to get into the topic of the night. Let's go ahead and spill the beans, if you will. And as you guys know, I always put markers on to kind of help you on your replay and so on. So we're going to start off with the first segment of the night, and it's basically Stellar XLM. You guys saw what it says in the title. XLM burns soon. You feel as though it's clickbait. Hey, guess what? Everything I've always stated in the past, at least try to back it up with something. Now, I want to give a shout out to this guy, and I hope to God that he creates more content because apparently he did a good job with it in the past. And, the way I look at it is sometimes people in this space, they can get burned out. And, maybe they read some comments and then they take it to heart. I don't know, whatever the case be. But this guy took a break. But like you said, he's back. Some of you guys were following him in the past. I also was following this guy in the past. So shout out to him. And let's just jump into basically what the heck is that. So it is this right here. Let's share his channel first of all. You may be wondering, who the heck is this guy? It is Noti. Now, huge following back in the day. He took a long break, okay? If you go to his About page, he kind of talks about why he did that. He feels as people kind of like didn't appreciate his content, whatever. I mean, I get it. But he is back. He posted 3 days ago. And that is stellar to burn 20 billion XLM from a new law. Now, before we get into this outline, I got to reference what he's talking about. Let's go ahead and full screen this for a moment. Let's learn something, why this is important, because it doesn't just affect Stellar XLM. And I also want to give a shout out to another guy, Dr. Bones. Maybe if you're watching tonight, I did see that you gave me a follow, and he did give you a proper plug, so shout out to you. I don't know if you're the original person that posted this, or the case be, you always want to give, recognition to some people. So let's full screen this. Congress.gov. Let's take that off the screen for a second. You guys know we're covered in XLM. So House Resolution 4763, Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century. You, of course, have these meetings in the past, literally about a year ago, right? But you also had recent ones, and the latest action was this one right here. May 22nd, 2024, motion to reconsider laid on the table, agreed without objection. So instead of me explaining it, I want to get into what Noti has. And by all means, give this guy your support. Let him know that you appreciate him being back. I cannot pound that home enough when it comes to people that take the deep dive research, okay? So much appreciation to him. Let's go ahead and play this. We are actually going to play this in its entirety because he does a really good job of explaining it. XLM Stellar is your thing, you might want to listen to this. Here we go.
I have a massive XLM update. There's going to be a lot more XLM updates coming soon, but I need to get this out right now, okay? Because this bill could absolutely change Stellar. I always have been preaching they're the most regulatory compliant, the safest crypto, but what the CFTC is bringing out could change everything. This news right here, I'm going to read for you guys. I'm not going to waste your time. Make sure to subscribe. I am back. Look at this. The Commodities Future Trading Commission, CFTC, must regulate a digital asset as a commodity if the blockchain or digital ledger on which it runs is functional and decentralized. This bill classifies a blockchain as decentralized if, among other requirements, no person has unilateral authority to control the blockchain or its usage, and no issuer or affiliated person has 20% or more of the digital asset or in the voting power of the digital asset. So we know for Stellar that they own more than 20%. We know that, which means if Stellar is going to continue to, if this passes, has not passed yet, but this has been pushed up, okay? Right now we are, starting to get this ball rolling. If this passes, we will have absolute huge clarity on this market, and Stellar may be forced to burn some of the supply because we know we have 29 billion Stellar in circulating supply right now. But look at what happens. Look at this. Right, this is our circulating supply right here. We have all this Stellar, or all this XLM that is not circulating yet. And it's not like Ripple, okay? Because XRP and Ripple, the majority of Ripple's XRP supply is in escrow. Their escrow, they do not have control of, the same as this is just the Stellar Development Foundation's XLM that they can use, right? That's the difference. There's a big difference between these two. So Ripple actually in this case is looking more compliant than Stellar. But what can be good for Stellar holders is just like they have done before, what if they have to burn lumens again? What if they have to burn a bunch of lumens and change their structure? And this whole playing field can be completely different if they do not want to become a security, right? This is huge. This is absolutely huge because that will declare them decentralized under this bill. And just to break it down for you guys so you guys can see that I'm not playing around here. So we have direct development available funds, 4 billion right here. Then another big number, new products, 1 billion. Enterprise fund, 7 billion. In-app distribution, 3 billion. All of this adds up. And let's just look up like, okay, what is enterprise fund, right? Enterprise, we'll find it here. So community fund, right? We can see here. All these different funds is what I'm trying to point out to you guys is, okay, here we go. Stellar Enterprise Fund is a venture style fund for growing the network. The XLM in this account will not be distributed as grants. They'll be used instead to acquire or invest in businesses that have potential for the Stellar ecosystem. That is different than what Ripple has going on with XRP right now. Some of these businesses may not yet be building on the Stellar network, but would bring substantial benefit to the ecosystem and to their own businesses if they were brought to the network. Any proceeds from the investments will be cycled back into the fund. It seems to me, from my understanding, that the way Stellar is currently set up, they're going to have to burn coins if this passes. If the CFTC gets this through, we could see another massive scenario where Stellar is burning coins to become compliant. This could be crazy. In that scenario, an XLM becomes a lot more valuable. A lot more valuable. And it makes sense because what's crazy is Stellar itself is made to be very, very cheap. You don't need a lot of XLM per transaction fee. You only need 1 XLM per minimum balance, and you're able to transfer funds and be fine. That's all it takes. This was the only reason they have a minimum transaction fee is to stop the network attacking, right? As a small security to stop spammers from spamming the network. We know that. So if Stellar had to, burn some more XLM, it's not going to hurt the usability of the network. It's probably going to hurt Stellar's ability to promote and grow the ecosystem. They're going to have to find new methods, like actually, instead of just, whatever, well, we'll go into what they've been doing, which has been great, but they're going to have to focus on, okay, how do we get XLM being worth something now? Because we can't just dump the price to grow the network. I like their strategies right now. It's a long-term play. I've never hated it because other networks like Ethereum will just dump whatever on you. They don't even tell you. You don't even hear about it. At least you hear about it in Stellar. You could track the numbers here. I respect them for that. But other networks, they don't tell you. So Stellar has not done wrong, in my opinion. But if this bill passes, we will watch this closely on this channel. And shout out to Dr. Bones for all the great information. Go follow Dr. Bones on Twitter. Thank you. Okay, this is absolutely insane. And we could see Stellar so much XLM burnt here. This is probably the most bullish Stellar news I've seen yet. And it doesn't matter. People will think, oh, this is going to be bad for the network. No, it doesn't matter because look at the transaction fees. It's almost like they're set up to do this. So I needed to give you guys this quick update of Stellar. This is absolutely bullish. This is one of the most bullish things I've seen. If people know more about this, if people from Stellar want to reach out, if they've looked at this bill, it's not passed yet. But I'm sure, the rumors and are going to start going around because we know it's either the SEC or the CFTC who is going to run regulation for crypto. We do not want the SEC to run because they just make everything a security. So then their department gets more funding. The CFTC is actually trying to make it so things make sense and there's a clear regulatory structure. I firmly believe that this is the route that things are going to go, especially with the SEC losing badly to the Ripple lawsuit right now. Like, I'm sorry. The SEC is just getting taken less and less serious. And with all the people complaining about Gary Gensler in the SEC, I think the government's going to want to throw the ball over to the SWFTC and create some real regulation for us. Think about how many coins on our list here are going to be not considered decentralized if this happens. Like, this market's just getting crazier, guys. This is why I came back now, because we got the Tether stuff going on. We got AI, which is going to absolutely create a rumble. I know AI has been slowing down right now. We'll talk about it more in another video, but it's going to create a massive rift in crypto. And then we have regulation coming down now. I'm ready for it. Let's go.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Forgot.
Okay. Had to end that commercial, obviously. So here's where it's at for me, okay? And I totally want to get your thoughts on this, RUE, because we need to hear your thoughts on this, basically speaking. The way I look at it is a few different things. So he did mention like XRP with the whole thing with escrow. So been there, done that. We already understand it. But it's kind of like we're getting the signs literally put right in front of us from a long time ago and then being reminded. And where I'm going with that is, did Brad Garlinghouse not already warn us a few years ago? I don't know, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, saying that 99% of, crypto, I guess you could say, is going away or going to zero, right? Now I get it. If this passes, right? If this passes, that's very, a hypothetical, situation if that was to happen. But if it did happen, like, holy cow. So yeah, your thoughts.
Let me share something here.
Sure. And by the way, guys, we also have another outline that is going to pound it home even that much more on the quant segment, because it's like, there's a little bit more in regards to that too. I see you got something. You want me to share it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead
So
and add that.
it's pretty funny because Stellar was already on a committee for the CFTC. And this is from January 20th, 2023. They joined a committee of the CFTC called the Global Markets Advisory Committee. Okay. So they already have connections to the CFTC themselves. And they say, as a part of this committee, SDF will highlight the role of stablecoins in the digital asset markets and real world use cases, including leveraging stablecoins in the delivery of humanitarian aid. And we already know that they do the stablecoin, or they're going to do the CBDC for the Ukraine. And it's quite interesting. If we go down and look at the members that are also members of this, we got Uniswap Labs, but they say that Stellar is one of 4 members, including Coin Fund, Uniswap Labs, and Chamber of Digital Commerce. Okay, and that they're also joining them on this committee is traditional finance giants, including HSBC, Goldman Sachs, and BlackRock. So they already have dealings with the CFTC dating back at least to January 20th, 2023. So pretty interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, it's interesting to see how it all connects. I'm glad that you were able to pull it up on the fly for reference for everybody. The other thing I want to pull up, just kind of like a little bit in regards to, I guess you could say, my own notes and so on. So let me just remove that for a second. Not remove you, remove that. All right. So with that said, yeah, I just want to talk a little bit more about this. So, you know, it seems like it's doom and gloom and so on, but some things I kind of gathered, I was like, well, you know, I mean, when you look more into this, and you know, for you guys are just tuning in, this is again in reference to this particular bill, and as we know, bills have to get passed in order to become acts, and acts are basically, you know, let's just be honest, law, right? So it's like this, based off of all the information that was shared in regards to this segment. So, you know, what about the whole thing for Stellar specifically? Because let's be honest, that's what we're mainly talking about. Obviously, this could affect a lot of other tokens and coins that are out there that have a similar situation. But, you know, regulation by the CFTC. So, since Stellar, as we know, they own more than 20% of all XLM under the bill, XLM itself could be classified, of course, as a commodity by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, aka the CFTC, due to the lack of decentralization. Would it mean the CFTC would regulate XLM trading? We have to see, obviously. You know, we don't have crystal ball, but there is quite a bit of significance in regards to this. So there's 3 things that I gathered that I want to talk about. You better believe you're going to see an increased scrutiny in regards to this. That's just what comes with the territory. But CFTC regulation would impose, of course, stricter oversight on XLM trading. Now, this is where some people are going to point out, all the years of, was it a couple years? I don't know, maybe 3 years. The whole thing that's happening with Ripple is still actually technically going on. I mean, you got 2/3 victories. They're not out of the woods completely yet. But Stellar would need to comply, of course, with those CFTC regulations. Would it involve more reporting requirements? I think so. Would there be limitations on trading activity? I think so. But when we go back to what Nodi was talking about, the potential price impact, I mean, at the end of the day, isn't that what we're all here for? I mean, I get it, guys. I totally get it. Some of us, a lot of us, maybe the majority of us are like, holy crap, Burns, let's go, baby. That's what I want, price action. But the regulatory uncertainty could very well impact, of course, investor sentiment and potentially lead to price fluctuations for XLM. Would it be dramatic price fluctuations? People have pointed out they don't necessarily think so because, you know, everything's going bullish. What about that clarity? What about that stability? Point number 3. You all have to keep in mind that it's the other hand, right? Like we already talked about, like, oh, here's what's going on over here. Well, what's going on over here? Clear regulations could also bring more stability, of course, and legitimacy to Stellar's XLM's market. I mean, at the end of the day, you heard Nodi specifically talk about the lumens. Would that potentially attract more new investors in the long run? So is it a win for the long run? Now, while this is a hypothetical scenario, the actual impact of the bill on Stellar, of course, would depend on the final details of legislation. I mean, say what you want, it wouldn't just affect Stellar, but Stellar's the one that takes the cake tonight. Here's some points I want us all to consider. 2 main points. It's exemptions. Hear me out. The bill might include exemptions for certain digital assets, of course, that meet a specific criteria. Is this where only CFTC would have that oversight and that say? Could be. But we also know it's possible that Stellar could qualify for an exemption if it makes changes to its coin distribution or governance structure. Now, some people may not like that. They may also say it doesn't fall in line with the original white paper. Hey, sometimes you have to improvise based off of what? Where we're going forward in regards to regulations. The second point, before we wrap up this segment, is to understand joint rulemaking. Now, this is where the SEC would come involved. Hear me out. The CFTC and the SEC are, of course, required to jointly define terms related to digital assets. This could provide more clarity on how the bill applies to specific cases, more specifically, Stellar. Now, overall, while this passage of this bill could have both positive and, of course, negative consequences for Stellar, we need to understand the bigger picture. Which, basically speaking, what would that be? Let's take you on over to this. In my eyes, it's things like what you see here. And if anything, that's where we're going to take a pause. So what we're going to do now is kick it back into the comments. And that's, of course, going to end the Stellar coverage of the night. This would be where we start off with some quant. So give you a quick little preview of that. And your main key takeaway tonight should be, for the most part, regulations. Like, it's literally at our doorstep when we look more into it. All right, let's kick it into the comments for a brief bit. I did see that we scaled up 156 on the combined, so that's very, very cool. All right, let's go further down and let's see here. Yeah, we figured that one out. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Beeps. Max, I know you're into Caspa mining. I'm sure you're aware that Mara is mining Caspa as well. I have to look more into some of that stuff, but awesome. Are you doing that yourself? If so, share your thoughts. Crypto Future. Rob. Hey, Rob. What up, boys? Popping in from the office to support my boys at the office. Awesome. Well, we're going to have to get you over here eventually back again. I know I've been bad when it comes to that. But, you're welcome to drop in if you want. But you're at the office, so no pressure. I'll double check in maybe like 15 minutes or 20 minutes or something like that. Let's see here. Ahmed. Just start to invest in LCX. The Liechtenstein exchange. We haven't talked about it in a while. I mentioned to RUE, hey, at some time in the future, we need to talk about some updates in regards to LCX. One of those things you can't do. You can't do a daily show about LCX. You just really can't. You'd be lucky if you could do like maybe once a month in reality, huh?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I wish knew about it earlier. Anyone here bullish? Oh, yeah. LCX so far this year, I think, is my number 5 or 6 top performer. So I'm very, very happy about it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm way up in the profits on that. I didn't take profits because the way I look at it when it comes to LCX, and please, just because you hear Max or any other, researcher, content creator, where you want to call us, right, say things like that doesn't mean you have to do it. You gotta do what's best for you and your family, right? So I just want to throw out that disclaimer. But yeah, of course, very, very bullish on that, Ahmed. All right, GTA 5 Full Life. Have you liked the stream yet? Don't forget to smash the like button. Thanks, man. Do appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's go further down. You're going to smash Caroline. They burn lumens. What the heck? All right. Word on X. R hat Coinbase is suing the SEC. Huh. Yeah, this is a good point. Check out Rue's old videos. They're not time sensitive. Great research. That's another thing I like to do is I don't like to focus so much on like, tomorrow's news today, if you will. It's like, no, it's just,
Yep.
deep dive content that you can come back to at any point, a few years down the road and so on. That's where it's at for me. But you guys can get plenty of that. There's a lot of guys that cover today's news, you know what I mean? And then we do it too at certain times. It just depends. All right, let's read this from Ahmed. He'll check them out. Cool. Dang, I'm mad that I didn't find out about it when it was below 5 cents. I mean, I hear you on that, buddy. I think we originally covered it maybe at 2 to 4, something like that. I came in a little bit late. I did. I think I came in at like 8 cents, and I thought I was late. And then there was a period of time where I was in the hole, and then boom, and it just went, and I was like, oh, hello there.
Right.
Yeah. All right, let's read a couple from GG. He always has great comments. He was having debate with that dude after his video, and he did not have a real answer to his counter. He was only spreading hope. Well, maybe that's what his channel's about. You know what I mean? I mean, it is what it is. Digital assets is a worldwide thing and not just in the U.S. jurisdiction. That's a good point. That's towards GG. All right, let's see what else you guys got. Any questions? Here's a question from Bullish Choices. Hey, man, good to see you. From X. Well, you post on YouTube. So from both, all right? All right. Important question. I assume all of us are ISO holders. Yeah, I would say so for the most part. I would hope so. So what percentage of your portfolio do you have as Swift coin? I know, not financial advice. Well, I mean, it's a tricky thing when it comes to that. Like in the past, people look at your dollar value. And then when things take off, it's like, well, then that changes your portfolio allocation based off of the market. You know what I mean? I don't know if people get what I'm saying. Here's a great example. We were just talking about LCX. So for me, it was like, came in at 8 cents roughly. 15,000 LCX. You guys can look into the math about that. I don't want to brag about that. And so at the time, I was like, well, maybe this is not enough LCX. But then it goes boom. From that point of view, now it's like, oh, you allocated this much towards LCX. No, I didn't. I didn't at all. What happened is it affected my portfolio based off of what? Market conditions, because we're, going into a bull market. So I think there's times where it's like, oh, damn, like even me with my Jasmine, it's not a Jasmine segment tonight, but, like originally my goal was 3 million Jasmine. But now I've kind of took a step back and said to myself, you know what? I think I'm more than comfortable with what I have for Jasmine. Because for one, I hit that big milestone in the past. And again, why am I stating that? It's because the market, it had an reaction, and so I think more people should put more emphasis, just my own personal opinion, I'm not telling you what to do. I would put more emphasis on the market cap that some of these assets currently are at. One that's not on this list that I see here, actually, XDC is a good one. So XLM, great sell. What is it, around 8 or 9 cents? XDC is still hovering around the 3 cent mark. Great sell. By the way, announcement, I did take advantage of the QNT dip, I'm basically, I didn't double my bag, but I'm about, I would say about a little over half again, so I was really glad to do that. And that was in regards to QNT taking over. Come on, $75. I mean, I was like, I got to take advantage of that. Yeah. So there's that. And then the other thing I was going to mention, the one's not on the list, is Casper. My God, Casper with the hard R is about 2.5 cents roughly. Wow. right? Like, wow. You know, I mean, what was that big number that we saw earlier for the annual AI governance? What they're going to be bringing in the future with IBM? There's no way that Casper could sit at those prices. So again, I put more emphasis on what you see on the price per coin, understanding the market cap, and then especially how much is in circulation. Those are all, of course, factors. I usually try to stick to the rule of thumb of 80% or more in circulation. That looks very bullish. And I know I'm kind of eating my words here on this because people will point out, well, what about, Stronghold? Okay, Internet of Trust. To me, they don't strike me as the type to dump on the community. They're very community driven, so I'm not really sweating it too much. Could things happen? Absolutely. All right, we're gonna read a few more comments, and we're gonna kick it back to what we have.
Can I answer
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Now?
Go ahead.
And I used to do my things about like how much, as in like, okay, I want 20,000, or I want, that a certain amount, right? And when certain things popped off like LCX, I was like, okay, I probably should have had way more of that, right? So now I've gone to like saying, okay, maybe a price target. Like, what do I honestly like? I honestly think like, and I thought at the time LCX would be over $1, right? Way over $1. So, like, what do you think Swift could reach during this bull market, right? One of the price targets for me is like 30-cent mark for Swift. Like, and that may be way too low, but that's just my personal price target. Do your own research, right? But let's just say it got to 30 cents. So what could be like a really great point for me? Like, I would want like, say, like $1 million, right? And by that math, I would need like 3 million or more, right? So maybe that's one way you could do your own price targets, or you can do something like, okay, I'm happy with 20,000 and whatever. But I'm thinking that it's better to do it with a price target, so that way you have a point where you say, okay, this is where I want to get out, and I'm happy with that.
I apologize. I should have been, recognize that, you're going to respond to that. So sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, RUE makes a really good point with that. So I've also mentioned this a few times, back to this as well. And that is like, I was just talking about Jasmine, for instance. Obviously not Jasmine coverage tonight, but it's like Jasmine is already gone as high as 4.4 cents? Something like that.
Yeah.
So that was the all-time highs as far as market cap goes. Okay. And I guess you could say highs for the last for the last year or plus easily. I think it was like over like a 15x from the time of, Binance US. Where I'm going with this whole thing is, instead of me get my own version of tunnel vision and saying, but Jasmine could go to $17, $20, $30, and so on per coin. I'm gonna stand by my research of double the market cap. I get that, but I'm looking at it from the point of view of like opportunities of some of these other ones that literally, if you really think about it, as far as like your accumulation, because that's what we're talking about here is accumulation. Stronghold, Swift coin, my God, the same approach that I did with Jasmine. Okay, so with Jasmine, I think it was like 6 bags of Jasmine, and so every single time on like my first bag was like 0.006, got me $600 worth of Jasmine, and that was 100,000 Jasmine. Second bag, 0.005. $500 worth of Jasmine, right? Another 100,000, worth of Jasmine. So I look at Swift coin. Also look at SHX. You could do that same method. I understand different tokenomics and so on, but here's the beautiful thing. Earlier we talked about Stellar. Remember RUE? Yep. And with Stellar, it's like, okay, half the supply of XRP. Okay, so that's 50 billion coins. All right, what about Swift coin? 10 billion coins.
Yep.
So is RUE too far off with his ultra conservative price prediction, if you will? I don't think so. So, I mean, again, it's kind of like, I know a lot of you guys, you want to just hear us come out and say, boom, here's what the price would be. For one, we're not fortune tellers. You know what I mean? Like, but the other thing is, we're also recognizing it's like, do a little bit of your own math in your own head. You know, like, what research have you done with us and so on? I mean, that's why these shows are called DYOR. You know, do your own research with who? RUE and Max, right? Because we want you guys to understand that, you know, these are like, there's this sector like Casper, AI governance with IBM. Okay, then there's these projects. Obviously, we're going to talk about Quant here soon and so on. So it's like interesting. But yes, back to Swift, and we're going to talk about, you know, on RUE's outline tonight. But man, 10 billion coins compared to Stellar's, you know, 50 billion. Now, some people say, well, Stellar's got more connections. Okay, again, it's also recognizing different areas of the world when they go. What did we learn this year so far? Come on, guys. We know what we learned. We have stated numerous times, especially myself, and I don't try to brag about this stuff. I hate doing that. It may sound like I'm bragging. I'm not. But I have been asked the same question last year in Crypto Winter. Which is the first one you think it would go? And I said, clear as day, for the record, I think it's going to be Jasmine because of Japan. That simply makes sense. Okay, what did we also hear, guys? Recent news with what's going on with the BRICS countries. Well, I would go follow RUE. I would follow Underdog Researcher because guess what? Brother RUE here has connected some of these things and just give him a quick little. Did I just say queef? My God, that sounds bad. Quick little thing. That sounds horrible. That's bad. Wow, that's really bad. Don't listen to that. Strike that out. Anyway, I did say queef on live broadcast. But anyway, give RUE a quick.
Oh God! Oh, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, that was bad. All right, do it. You know, queef quick, whatever you want to call it. Give him a follow, but just tell us real quick. I know you got to put a straight face back on. What was it? All right, I got to watch it too because I'm trying to catch up with Underdog with what he's got going on. And you know, I was watching Billionaire Blueprint. I need to watch it again. You know what I mean? It's like it's so valuable. Some of you guys say that you watch some of my content like you know twice. But yeah, you recently talked about that with BRICS. I even did a Google search. Listen to this. I did a Google search, RUE. This is awesome. This is the algorithm pleasing you. I typed in Swift blockchain and I typed in BRICS. Do you know that you were the #1 result on that? So that's awesome, bro.
Yeah, buddy. All right, let's go.
So just yeah, you want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit tonight, actually, guys.
Okay.
It relates to Stellar. And there were 4 new BRICS countries coming up: Zimbabwe, Thailand, Malaysia, and Colombia, who applied to join BRICS and has direct connections to Stellar and to Swift.
Awesome. Okay. There's going to be a few more comments. I know we had a fun little blooper, and it happens once in a while, right? Anyway, all right. So Digger's Golden Shovel. It's got 2 Q and T. Awesome. You got some of this in your portfolio. That's cool. Not quite on fire, but I'll get there. We got Underdog in the house. Hey, man. I saw Underdog also had like a live show going on, which is fine. And let's go further down. PayPal, MoonPay, Lobster Wallet, Integrate. Yep. We're going to get some of that good stuff here in a bit. This is Richie Rich just recognizing you if you want to read that.
What up, Underdog? From doing a live yourself to watching another, for sure.
That's not you, obviously. What's wrong with Max? But all right. So sorry about that. But yeah, shout out to Underdog and a super chat from Underdog. Thanks, Underdog. That's awesome of you. He says, when you see real research, you recognize it. Maximus and Black RUE put you in position to win. Great seeing you two together as always. Powerful team. Well, guess what? I need to double check also for Rob and you. Be kind of cool to have you guys both on here if you guys want to come on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a little invite because why not? So let's see here. Yeah, that'll be kind of cool. So yeah, thank you. You know, put us in a position to win. Always great seeing you as well. Thank you again for the $25 super chat. It's more than appreciated. Guys, always support people in this space. Go to Underdog Research channel. And just to give them I think this is the right thing to do, is just kind of do this. So I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. Actually, look at this. This is right on the front page of my screen. Let's go ahead and give them a plug real quick. And then we're going to get into some of the QNT here in a little bit as well. So guys, look at this. Underdog comes up on my feed right at the top, Swift coin. And what's it say? The Underdogs and Crypto Nation # Swift. I'm going to go old school. I'm never going to call it hashtag anymore. #, baby. We're bringing it back. All right. So Swift coin, the Underdogs, and Crypto Nation Swift. He continuously covers that. And I guess I finished up about maybe 17 minutes ago, give or take. But, hour 9 minutes, he's got collaboration going on there. If you go click on his actual channel, let me show you just a little bit more. All right. Here's the thing I'm talking about. So I'm rewatching this. Not Billionaire Blueprint Part 2, but it's Part 1. Part 1 is really big. I mean, I think it's like 2.5 hours or more. Yeah, let me go to that. Well, there's actually different parts, but anyway, I would highly recommend any of you guys who want to learn really a lot about, Swiftcoin, watch this one first. Swiftcoin, the complete billionaire blueprint. But if you don't want it to do it like that, he's got it in different parts. But for example, myself, I'm watching it again. You could kind of see my progress where I'm watching again. I think I'm at like a 15-minute mark. I just watch it in sections, especially when when things get kind of slow, where they're at work or driving down the road, right? But yeah, check it out. Here's his channel, and he just ticked up to 7K, so it's really cool to see that. All right.
And the most recent video on MetaPath, guys, some great information that no one has ever given on Swift. So definitely check that video out too. But yeah, like Max said, I would definitely start with Billionaire Blueprint. But all just like wonderful, like premium Swift information.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop on Telegram, because I know that's the way to send it to him. If you happen to be here, maybe you're gone, it's okay. Here's your invite to join us on the live if you would like to. Underdog, you don't have to. Maybe you got other things going on. And then I'm also going to double check X real quick, see if Rob would like to join us. All right, let's see here. Where is Rob real quick? Crypto Future. Rob Mass. He might be busy, but, just nice to do a quick little, invite. So here we go. And you to the live, if you want. Here you go. All right. So I send that to him as well. All right. Very cool. And thank you again, Underdog. That was awesome. If you hear a funny sound in the background, Rue, it might be Underdog. Let me know. That way I don't ignore him. All right. Let's see here. Crypto Homes 777 is in the house. Yeah. And let's see here. Great to see you ran behind, but I'm here now. We all need black shades. Oh, yeah. I got to bust out those old shades. That's for sure.
Yeah, we got to do a shades collaboration with the three of us.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be somebody that, some goofball in the comments, like on the replay. You guys are inside. You don't need sunglasses. Like, oh, whatever, All right, let's see here. Goo, welcome, bro. Casper with the hard R. I don't know what else to call it. I know that's bad, but anyway, it is a hard R. What do you want me to say? The other one's called Caspa, like clam chowder version, right? What do you want me to do? And there's political debates going on, so I don't know. Hard R, baby. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. All right, Richie Rich.
Let's go.
Richie Rich, thank you for dropping by both lives. And yes, to be in the room, stay. Okay, very cool. All right, just going to recognize a few more of you guys. Jason Lucas, thank you. So you think it can hit, you can think it's going to drop to 10 cents? Wow. Well, maybe that would be.
I think he says $10. can hit.
Oh, I read that wrong. Yeah. No, yeah. My thing is this. I'm holding it because I look at, like, we've seen some bad things when it comes to Binance, CZ and so on. And the way I look at it is LCX will be the institutional exchange. To me, that's where they're going to really stand out. And again, when we get more into some of this stuff, you can let us know what you guys think in regards to that.
Yeah, I think they have the inside track because they're a member of the forum. If you guys know what I'm talking about, so since they're a member of the forum, they definitely have the inside track.
Yeah, notice how you called it the forum. It's kind of like Suge Knight back in the day. You just don't. At some point, your name is tarnished so much with Death Row Records, you just call it the Row. You know what I mean? So World Economic Forum, the forum. That's who we are. You will eat the bugs. You'll be happy.
Your Klaus is dead on.
Oh yeah. Welcome to the show. Excellent, but soon QNT on the rise. The ISN and the RLN explain in more Swift connections. Yeah, for purpose. Welcome to the show formerly referred to as Crypto Talk. I am your host, Maximilian, with the one and only Mr. RUE BLACK, where we will do a deep dive about the Liechtenstein exchange. Are you the one that holds the Casper? Or are you the one that holds the one with the hard R? You are the one I've been looking for. You will exchange your bugs for more lumens, and you will be happy. All right.
Nice. Oh yeah, that was the perfect. That was the perfect cap right there at the end, right there.
Let's bring back my old improv days, 2007, man. Anyway. All right. Thank you. All right, Jason. Swiftcoin is so cheap. Going HAM on that token. Appreciate the research. Oh, you're very welcome. All right. Crypto Holmes, you did change your avatar a little bit. Congratulations. Look at that. Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. I know some of you guys in Canada, that's bad, but that's his team. So congrats to your team, man. Awesome.
The sweetest jerseys for like years, the Panthers.
Yeah. All right. What is Swift coin? Well, we're going to get into that. And that's Swift as in SWFT, not to be confused with SWIFT. And I understand you'd be like, when I first heard it too, back in, when I first heard about it, I was like, what? You got to be kidding me. I'm going to buy that. I don't know crap about it. I'm going to buy that because, Swift. I think that's a lot of people do that, but then they find out later, nope, it's not the same thing. But there's still a lot of value there. Yeah. All right. You like that? Oh, geez. 704. Okay. That's funny. Shook Focus. Hey, man. No. We got X-rated max to... Oh, no. You can't say that too many times. YouTube shut us down. Yeah. So YouTube, we're talking about Twitter, obviously. The X platform. I mean,
Yeah, be sure to check out some of Shook's videos on Swift as well. They are very, very good videos.
Absolutely. Scared to death, scared to look. They shook because ain't no such thing as getting into halfway of a book, right? The research. Anyway, that's corny. Anyway, sorry.
I've highlighted some of his research on my channel, and we've also brought some on here as well. So, yeah, definitely check out Shook Focus Digital, guys.
Awesome. We're going to read a few more comments, and then we're going to kick it finally into the outline. That's some impressive bags. Not too bad, man. Not too shabby. GTA 5 for life. Joe M. Long Bay. Hey, almost said the other. All right. God. SHX, VO, Swift, BSL, LCX. Man, I need to really start looking a little bit better when I'm reading. All right. I mean, maybe that happens in the future too. So there's nothing wrong with that. All right. So GG.
Not at all. Not at all.
I've been messing up a lot tonight. Anyway, GG question on Switcoin. They currently have total supply of 10 billion. No max supply. Can they mint more coins? People have asked this before. what are your thoughts in regards to that? Have you gathered anything specifically about that?
I see that they don't have any max supply. Um, Usually, when it says that they can max more supply, it will say like infinite. So I haven't seen that anywhere, but I don't see a max supply. So I'm not sure how to. I'm not sure where that's where it's at with that.
Yeah, I hear you on that as well. All right, let's see here. All right, so we sent him an invite. Maybe he's busy. That's fine. Y'all need to wear some Cali. Oh, okay. West Coast in the house. Well, we're in Arizona, so anyway. All right. Let's see here.
What's up, G? By the way, what's going on?
Where was this?
I'm sorry.
Where's your friend? Oh, gee, yeah. My bad. Yeah, what? Duh. Gee, hello. Good to see you, man. All right. You're bailing on that debate? Cool. All right. Yeah. Max and Rue, do you think Tatum and Brown can bring the Celtics another championship? I don't see why not. I mean, they seem to be like their team to beat, clearly. But it's also about matchups, too.
Yeah, both very good players, probably the best in their positions. And, that addition of Porzingis was really good. So,
yeah, no doubt. Hard to decide between stuff like QNT or the volume grabs like Jasmine. Very good point. All right. So, are you sure you still want me to go before you?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys heard it. For all the people who are watching, they're like, oh, well, Maximus doesn't allow his guests to go on first. He just has them wait around in the lobby and just, he just spills and talks about Klaus Schwab and stuff like that. I'm sick and tired of his channel. Scam. Well, guess what? You heard it from him. Okay? So it's not like I didn't offer that. All right?
They're going to get mad either way. They're like, okay, you rush your guests. So Mike Blanken will go first. It's like, okay.
You rush them out here. Yeah, either way, I'm screwed, right? You go first, I'm screwed. Go last, I'm screwed. Get back to the book talk, Max, right? All right. Enough about that. So let's all right, we gave you a quick intro of things to come. And basically, yes, this is the QNT segment of the night. I really wish the thing didn't cover part of my head, but I'll have to reframe it. All right, guys. Obviously, you guys know that I've been covering a lot in regards to specifically quant lately. A lot I've been ramping up on the research lately. Now, why is that? For one, I don't think it's rock bottom, but, some people point out that we could go into the $40 range if the market crashes more. That's a possibility. But, man, come on. Quant below $100, below $90, $80. This is a $75 range. So I definitely took advantage of that. And I'm so glad. There's no part of me that's like, hey, I wish I didn't do that. I wish I would have spent it on other things and so on. I get it. People point out it's expensive token, but it's that bigger picture. So in the XLM coverage that we had earlier, we were talking about some things in regards to, CFTC and, like regulations looming. Okay, that was from a stellar perspective. But this other perspective in regards to like even quant. Hear me out on this. Thought this was interesting. Thought I would share it with you guys. So let's talk about this for a second. I'm going to full screen this. EBA, European Banking Authority. Now, why am I bringing this to you guys tonight? Well, for one, look what it says. June 19th, 2024. And it's this whole thing of how they publish a regulatory, progress or products, I should say, under the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation. To give you a background on this real quick, on the 19th, they published this package of technical standards. As we know, Gilbert Verdi and the Quant Network are all about standards, the ISO TC 307 standard. But it's the guidelines under MICAR on the topics of reporting, liquidity stress testing, think about how this sounds, and supervisory colleges. The package completes the delivery of EBA technical standards under MICAR. The package of EBA regulatory products comprises, of course, of these things. Now, some of you guys are going to be asking, and I'm ahead of you, what in the heck is basically MyCar? And that's a great question. So I want to discuss this for just a brief moment. And if you're wondering about it, MyCar, the acronym, basically stands for Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, a European regulation that aims to create uniform framework for crypto assets. The regulation's objectives basically include, number one, protecting investors, promoting innovation, and ensuring financial stability. They have member states. They have this thing in the European Union about the member states. But basically speaking, everything involving crypto assets would theoretically be covered under a uniform set of rules. Four specific objectives of MyCar are increased protection against fraud for consumers. Now, did we forget in regards to Quant with Authorize? Okay, fraud protection and so on. Everything being in line, getting all your ducks ready, all these tests that they've done, pilots and so on. That's where I'm getting with this. I'm going to show you a little bit more in regards to this. I'm going to full screen this. I want you guys to pay attention to some of this because I'm telling you flat out, the writing is on the wall when it comes to what? Regulations. In fact, do we have a final draft? Look at this. Yeah, this is why I'm bringing it to you guys. So let's zoom in a little bit more about this. Okay. Look what it says. I zoomed in so you can see it really nice and easy. Guys, I'm telling you flat out, Gilbert Verdian gave us a taste the last few weeks. Okay. Swift gave us a taste. And then all of a sudden you see all this thing in alignment. Okay. Some people call it orchestration. Why is Quant on a Rockstar tour? London, Lisbon. Now to see this? And if anything, like we talked about EBA Day, well, this is EBA, European Banking Authority. So when I stated, guys, I don't think it's, laying out the regulatory framework. How about a final draft of that framework? Smash the like. Listen to this. This is good stuff. Because guess what? We've all pointed out since the last bull market, the height of the last bull market, 2021, at some point, this is going to get brought up. And boy, oh boy, you saw House Democrats being introduced some of this stuff, saying we're done with the tests. It's here. Gilbert Verdian addressing everybody at EBA Day, 2-day event, Lisbon, saying this is your final warning and now final draft. So I'm going to read this. I'm not going to read all of it, but got to pay attention to this. This is good stuff. So this final draft about technical standards, the use of asset reference tokens. Think about how that sounds. Most importantly, what's called ARTS. Kind of funny how it's abbreviated. And electronic money tokens, EMTs, denominated in a non-EU currency as a means of exchange. This draft, RTS, specifies the methodology to be applied to issuers of ARTS and also EMTs denominated in non-European Union currency for estimated the number and value transactions associated to use of these tokens as a means of exchange. What's the purpose? Well, they're going to report under MyCar, but this has an aim at contributing to the objective of MyCar and monitoring, preventing risk that the wide use of ARTS and also EMTs denominated in non-European Union currency as a means of exchange may have on monetary policy, transmission, and monetary sovereignty within the EU. Now, I know that's a lot to take in, and there's multiple articles about some of this, right? But what's also interesting is when we get into this next part, but I want to point this out as well, and I do want to get RUE, I'm going to put you on, you kind of, maybe be a little bit of a deer in the headlight, and I apologize. But have you been following RUE in the past? Remember the UK? Hear me out. This is going to, like some people are saying, put on your tinfoil hat. You call it whatever you want. Remember, was it a couple years ago? Remember how the UK left the European Union? Did we forget about that? Where I'm getting at with the whole thing is they left it. They called it Brexit, right? Think about this. To me, this has all been designed from the get-go. Brexit was like these little hints of things to come. And we understand Quant's ties to, the UK digital ministry and all these other things, Bank of England,
Digital
this.
Pound Foundation.
Oh, God, yeah, exactly. So to see this, again, is more pounding that home of the writing on the wall. One more thing I want to point out before we kick into what really, really stands out for me. It's the draft. It's more of the whole thing of like who's going to be part of the issuance. This draft provides templates, listen to this, guys, of related instructions that, and we'll go into this a little bit later, not tonight, but CASPS must provide to issuers of ARTs, EMTs denominated in this non-EU currency. It's reporting frequency related to reference. Listen to this, remittance dates as well. The EBA will develop a related technical package, including data point model and validation rules. We'll publish it with a 4.0 reporting framework release. Now, when you see terms like this, number 3, guidelines on liquidity stress testing. Remember how we always talked about that, some people point out, QNT ain't nothing but a, ERC20 token. It ain't going to do nothing. They're not going to settle real-time gross settlements with a darn ERC20 QNT token. Yeah, true. That's why you have the overledger, blockchain agnostic. So the stress testing would be what, guys? M10. Remember we talked about that and connected to the RLN? So M10 allows institutional scalability of 1 million TPS. If Brad Garlinghouse is boasting, and this is no knock on XRP because I love XRP, that what Ripple has for TPS will more than get it done for baking, well, don't you appreciate that we have 1 million TPS for scalability stress testing? Exactly. So this pounds that home. Guidelines lay out the risks to be covered in liquidity stress testing, identify the common reference parameters of the stress test scenarios to be included in liquidity stress testing to be applied. Following application of these guidelines, the supervisor may strengthen liquidity requirements of the relevant issuer to cover those risks based on the outcome of liquidity stress testing. All right, a lot of stuff to get into here, and some of this stuff, I get it. It seems pretty crazy, to say the least. But the reason why I'm bringing this to you guys tonight is I want you guys to understand this. It's a little bit of my notes, if you will. It's this package, okay? EBA is significant for multiple reasons. I can't get into all of it tonight. I'm not going to make it 3 or 4 hours. But it finalizes the technical standards and guidelines under, of course, MiCAR that I just talked about. A regulation governing crypto assets, of course, in the European Union. But how could this basically impact QNT and everything that QNT is involved with? Well, it's reporting and liquidity requirements. 2 things I want to point out before we get more into that one. New standards introduce reporting requirements, of course, for issuers of tokens denominated in non-EU currencies. Okay, Quant already been there, done that, right? This could increase compliance burdens for Quant if QNT is used as a means of exchange. Well, I think we clearly have the answer for that. The guidelines, though, on liquidity stress testing could potentially lead to more stricter liquidity requirements for issuers, potentially impacting Quants or QNT if involved in activities requiring high liquidity. The answer basically is still with what? It is with the Overledger. You need real-time gross settlements? No problem. Overledger allows you to switch to the XRPL, right? You want to access on-demand liquidity? Boom, there's that. What about from, we get this flip of the switch moment, November 2025, if you will. IOTA sits at the table, and recently we showed that demo in regards to switching with Overledger with IOTA. This falls in line with that. What about trade? Yeah, XDC also falls in line with this because of Electronic Documents Act. Okay, excuse me. So there is a supervisory oversight that I've gathered. There's going to be new standards. It's going to clarify how supervisory colleges will be formed for significant tokens. What significant tokens? Hear me out. If QNT becomes widely used, which I definitely believe it will, it could be subject to an oversight by a supervisory college. Okay. Who would that be? Hear me out. And basically, we're going to talk about this. So I'm going to share this with you. share this on the screen. This is good stuff. Remember how we talked about the Bank of International Settlements has oversight? Did we forget who that oversight is? It's a Banque de France. Yes, it is. Because they participate in several committees created by the Bank of International Settlements, which help prepare agreements that affect what, guys? Monetary and financial stability. For example, the BIS, Committee on Payments and Market Infrastructure, CPMI, defines payment systems as a set of rules. Look at this, guys. Procedures, instruments for transferring funds between participants. The BDF has also participated in other BIS projects. What would be the ones? The ones we covered recently. Project Agora. See how it all comes full circle? Private initiative to improve the speed, integrity of cross-border payments, as well as functions of commercial bank money, central bank money. So, yes, Banque de France, like we pointed out over a year ago, is your oversight for the BIS. And look what's happening now. All right, enough about that. Let's jump over to here. This gets really juicy here for a second. Why so? Because, as we know, right from the Quant Network site, Quant's founder CEO Gilbert Verdian argues that only a certain kind of stablecoin is fit for enterprise use. Look what it says. It states that, for example, governments around the world investigating central bank digital currencies, but the ones that are backed just like fiat money by a central bank guarantee. Right. We talk about the internet trust. Somewhere between two are stablecoins. They are algorithmically pegged to a reserve asset like US dollar, collateralized 1-1 with the reserve currency. We understand this. He talks about the fall of Terra. He talks about how algorithmic stablecoins, for example, have vulnerabilities compared to back coins, CBDCs. It says if their algorithmic peg weakens because of depreciation in the linked currency's value, then it could have a dramatic downward effect, making their use case a bridge currency between crypto and fiat, uncertain at best. Where am I going with this? You're going to see here soon. Verdian goes into more detail about the danger of algorithmic stablecoins. We already get it for the most part. But this statement about how collateralized stablecoins are supported by peg currency such as US dollar, well, as we know, UST was not backed to the same level, and instead it was algorithmic using complex mathematical rules to maintain its peg with, for example, fiat or crypto, right? So at the end of the day, are we going to see another crash? Well, you have to have proper framework. That was the action and reaction that happened. Now, when you go over to the Quant Network site, you're going to find something really interesting. You're going to see, if you type in a search for algorithmic, the beautiful thing about Gilbert Verdian is he's ready to beat you to the punch. You have a glossary of research ready there for you, for all the nerds. 6 results are found. Commercial stablecoin issuance, part 1, considerations and benefits. Creating the right ecosystem for digital currency. A sound regulatory approach for digital assets. Are central banks thinking radically enough about CBDCs in the case for commercial stablecoins? More from Gilbert Verdian. Look at this for a second. I know I'm not in the frame. Put more emphasis on the material, not my mug. So, Gilbert Verdian points out that we don't see survivability. Listen to this, guys. I know we might be talking about other things, pogo sticks and stuff. But we don't see the survivability of algorithmic or crypto stablecoins. This is from Gilbert Verdian. It says we see instead a world of regulated and issued commercial stablecoins from e-money license holders and commercial banks. At the same time, we'll have a network of networks of commercially issued stablecoins that are interdependent and linked to wholesale CBDCs. These will be able to be redeemed, accepted, and settled across networks in a true cross-border fashion. Again, back to my example of you're not going to do it with QNT. You're going to do it with what? Real-time gross settlements with some of these other ones that are tied to that, like, for example, the XRPL. But the point is, QNT has to be used because of issuance. That is utility in motion. So it says these will be travel trusted, backed, of course, by real money. Real money. Now, people pointed out, if it's backed by real money and that money is tied to the US dollar, then we have a problem. That's a great point. Last point. Audience question for Gilbert Verdin. Can a privately issued collateral stablecoin, remember I said that, collateral stablecoin, such as a USDC, negate the need for a CBDC? That's a great question. Can we talk more about this? Yes. Gilbert Verdin mentioned a while back, yes, this wonderful guy here, that we don't see the survivability of algorithmic or crypto stablecoins. We see a world of regulated issued commercial stablecoins. Again, back to the whole thing of e-money license holders and commercial banks. Gilbert Verdin, founder, CEO. Is there anything more to pound this home? Well, there is. Why? Well, guess what, guys? This aged really, really well. I'm going to show you why this aged really, really well. June 6, 2022, D-Day. Shout out to, our brothers that this is the 80th anniversary, by the way, of D-Day. Always recognize those guys. But central banks thinking radically enough about CBDCs, and most importantly, talking about legislatures, UK House of Lords, talking about the economists, financial services, talking about the future of finance, right? All these ones that came together. And guess what? What did we see? R3, Jake Hartley, CEO Ricardo Correa. That was R3 back then. Back in 2022 when people said, nope, not R3. And R3 came together, right? So here's where I'm going to go with this, because I'm not going to talk you guys' heads off tonight. No way. Not with special guest RUE. Listen to this. This is an update. Are central banks thinking radically enough about CBDCs? Right? This is that interview. I shouldn't say it's an update. It's an interview, but I want to show, I'm going to connect it to the present. So I fast forward to this. Why is this important? Well, for one, you have Gilbert Verdin, Jake Hartley, some of these other guys. Give you a little background real quick on why this is important. So you're going to have on the panel Ricardo Correa, if I pronounce it right, head of digital currencies R3, Gilbert Verdin, of course, Vadim Sobolevsky, strategy and development at FutureFlow, Jake Hartley, development director at CBDC, SME, small medium enterprise at Finality, John Whitaker, economist at Lancaster University, and, of course, always moderated by Dominic Hobson. Yeah, he blinks a lot, but it is what it is. Co-founder of Future Finance. I want you to hear this. This is going to have a good flow to get into what we're talking about tonight. And then on top of that, stay tuned. You want to stick around to the end of this, because I have an exclusive interview where you will hear the gentleman literally say that this is not supposed to be released to the media. It's going to be released to you guys. You're going to see it. Okay? You're going to want to pay attention to that. It might be some of the most important research in regards to regulations that you heard yet. I'm just going to call it. Smash the like. Let's get into the material. This is good stuff. Let's go ahead and play it. Here we go.
Now, could we quickly just touch on the question of stable coins? In the last week or two, we've seen a stable coin disappear. Before that, we've seen the world's biggest stable coin be fined at least 2 occasions by regulators. These instruments have, until last week, proved amazingly resilient to shall we say, regulatory difficulties. We now have both the United States government and the UK government, as Jake mentioned, looking to bring stable coins within the regulatory perimeter. And what do you think the relationship between CBDCs and stablecoins is going to be going forward? We kind of used to think CBDCs would knock stablecoins out, but I think we're probably now arriving at a more nuanced view in which stablecoins survive for certain purposes but will be regulated. Now, Jake, you're nodding, so give us a view.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, look, obviously making reference to Terra there and also Tether, I think that using those as an example, stablecoins at the moment are either in a rather dodgy domicile, whether it be the British Virgin Islands or wherever it may be, or supported by a vulnerable algorithmic technology, or in the best case currently commercial bank risk in the case of like a Circle or something like that. So this may be okay for retail markets, but I think quite significant difficulties in large value wholesale markets where a cash asset with the credit risk characteristics of central bank money is highly desirable, if not essential. I think, in parallel to this, I can answer a question which has come up in the Q&A there. Are CBDCs a threat to crypto? I think on the topic of crypto and on the topic of stable coins, the logical endpoint for this is regulation. I think a regulatory framework is inevitable, both due to consumer protection concerns, but also to enable adoption of the broader tokenized asset market and integration into mainstream finance. I think, you may have seen El Salvador, for example, has made Bitcoin legal tender, but they've found themselves all of a sudden rather cut off from the global financial system because major financial institutions all of a sudden can't help them manage their balance sheet anymore because with those assets on the balance sheet, they find it very difficult to interact with the global financial system in the same way that they used to before. I think where we end up depends on what riders are attached to this inevitable regulatory framework, to determine what the boundaries are. Cynics might say that regulation of stablecoins might belie an underlying desire to restrict access to crypto asset markets, maybe even for reasons that central banks assume to be benevolent, like consumer protection. It's difficult to know until it happens, but in the retail space, things like Terra and Tether are massively unwelcome from the point of view of anyone who's seeking crypto asset legitimacy. I think in the wholesale space, it goes back to the point that no public stablecoin has sought to become that cash asset that's used for payments in this space, at least not in a serious way. By that, I mean with a cash asset with the credit characteristics of central bank money rather than commercial bank money in the best case.
Can I just add something there?
Yes.
Sure. If you regulate stable coins, the implication is that you are concerned that a failure of a large number of stable coins, presumably in the future when the thing grown a lot bigger, would cause contagion effects on the established banking system. In which case, then you regulate them to try and make them behave. They're beginning to look a bit like banks themselves if you do that, in which case that raises for me the question, well, if you're concerned about the collapse of stable coins and the contagion effects, surely you ought to consider also lender of last resort facilities from the central bank, which is the protection that the standard commercial banks enjoy at the moment. Jake, your question for you, really. Do you think that we could expect that kind of recognition by the central banks, including this kind of safety net provided in case of trouble?
I think that it's going to be inherently included. It has to be included in the overarching. The reason why I said at the start, that there's a wait and see approach, I think at the moment in the retail space is almost entirely driven by desire for consumer protection. So I think that these things are necessarily going to be front of mind.
Okay, so think about what was just presented. There was a lot more to the interview. That thing is going to go on probably for another hour. All right. The reason why I'm presenting this to you is this next particular thing, to tie it all in, to have it make sense. Okay. So I'm just going to close out some tabs here for a second, just to kind of have a better flow, if you will. All right. Yes. All right. Let's share this. Look what we have here for the quant network. Why is this important? Well, basically, for many reasons, but Quant Network posted this a while back. Back stablecoins in brief. A stablecoin backed by collateral held in a reserve. You ever wonder why they worked with the New York Federal Reserve, for example, MIT? Remember Project Hamilton? Covered this over a couple years ago. It says backed or collateralized stablecoins or tokens that are backed by other sources, including fiat, other crypto, precious metals, algorithmic functions. They are used as a blockchain native way to transact real money in a variety of situations. Although the regulatory regime for commercial stablecoins is still evolving, they are essentially equivalent to bank money or e-money. That is, they are a claim on the issuer. Legislation, and think about that for a second, guys, that defines the requirements for becoming a regulated issuer is not yet in place. But look what's happening now. And look at this. Examples of backed stablecoins include Stellar USDC, right? Circle, And look what it also says, guys. USDF. Remember I was talking about that? Remember I was talking about Quant doing the US, the digital dollar, right? And of course, there's yours, which is they have ties to, for example, XDC, and there's GN, right? So I wanted to point that out. And the next thing I also want to point out is this, because we talked about the RSN. Just in case you weren't aware of this is beautiful. USDF is also proud to participate in industry-wide initiatives such as what? The Regulated Settlement Network. Oh my goodness. RSN, proof of concept. What does it also go on to mention? Collaborative effort by large banks, payment networks, and other regulated financial institutions to explore how the creation of a shared ledger that includes commercial bank deposits, bank reserves, U.S. Treasury securities, and other tokenized assets might improve settlement infrastructure in the United States. Guys, I'm telling you flat out, the United States have been in the background the whole time, and that's why they're showing up to the big party at the end. USDF's participation ensures that banks of all sizes have a seat at the table as we explore these systems. Yeah, the United States have been exploring these systems for the longest time. We mentioned this quite a few times in the past. But despite the promise of this tech, at present, there's a significant regulatory uncertainty that limits banks' ability to adopt, of course, these innovations. Of course, we get more into that. But check this out. This also aged well. Blockchain payments, glossary part 1. And basically, it's seeing some of this stuff. Look what it says here. This is going to blow your mind. I'm telling you flat out when you see the terminology. Quant Network. For many with financial services and payment backgrounds, blockchain may be familiar, or unfamiliar, I should say, and seem to present a steep learning curve. However, it does not have to be that way. We've created a glossary of blockchain and crypto terms to help you understand this exciting new world. Look what they cite here. When Satoshi Nakamoto sent 10 bitcoins to Hal Finney in 2009, the first reusable proof-of-work system for blockchain was born. Since then, distributed ledger technology, DLT, gained popularity with cryptocurrency. We know that. The most mature use case for blockchain reaching a cumulative value of $2 trillion US dollars in 2021. Blockchain technology has the potential to revolutionize financial systems or services by making transactions secure, cheaper, even involving smart contracts and the reliance on reduce reliance on intermediaries. And then, of course, you have that citation about backed stablecoins. And then, for example, blockchain networks. And then you get to the bottom part about custody, cryptocurrency. And then this part, the digital wallet. Now, what did we see recently in regards to the RSN? The RSN, the Regulated Settlement Network, you have to have some kind of wallet to connect everything, and whatnot, right? So they literally outline some of what they're going to do, kind of give you a hint in the past, right? And that's the main thing. And we, of course, cover what's going on with gas fees in the past. I don't want to get that again. But when I jump over to this, again, little hints, glossary, wherever you want to call it. I remember back in the days, 80s and 90s, we had to use the library's card catalog, Yeah, old school. If you type in USDF on Quant Network, 3 results come out. Look at this, guys. Commercial stablecoin issuance, part 1, considerations, benefits, the case for commercial stablecoins, and of course, blockchain payment glossary, part 1. Get into this next part. Here is your first aha moment of the night. And I know I get into a lot of stuff, and sometimes maybe it's kind of like, man, Max, I'm with you, but you got to pump the brakes. This one, I'm not going to pump the brakes. I need to talk about this for a second. So I want you guys to think outside the box. Really, really think outside the box. This is really good stuff. So it's basically like this. Originally, with the Bitcoin BTC, I should say BTC, Bitcoin white paper, we were introduced in 2009 about Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer cash system, right? I'm not going to get into all the things about how, BTC can't scale, right? Some people say the Lightning Network, but reality, Lightning Network that's a whole other story in itself. I'm going to full screen this. You got to, if you didn't listen to anything I said earlier, at least pay attention to this part. This will blow your mind. you're going to see here as I full screen it, because I got a lot of things on my screen, sorry. Big thank you to UCLCBT. Paulo Tasca, remember, he's also, for example, co-founded Quant Network. Sometimes people forget about this guy. And the ECB, European Central Bank, for inviting Gilbert Verdini to speak at that event, which was called P2P-FISY. It says thoughtful discussions showing how much progress has been made by regulators and central banks to adopt blockchain and to power and evolve the new financial system. And look at this, guys. Look at this. This is back in 2019. I'm not even blow up even bigger. I want you to really, really see this. Okay? Because it's so crucial to understand the bigger picture when it comes to, in my opinion, all of this. Okay? So let's pull this up on the other screen just to zoom in a little bit more. Pound it home that much more. Okay? Look what we have here. European Central Bank Eurosystem, UCLCBT on the far right. Go further down. What does this say, guys? What does it say? Peer-to-peer financial systems 2019. This is back in 2019, Frankfurt, Germany. Look what else it says here. It's like a program. But what's most important is understanding Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer cash system. What about Quant, guys? Remember we talked about Quant basically being like your second chance at Bitcoin, but with like 100 plus blockchains for interoperability. So if Bitcoin is the peer-to-peer cash system, we should look at Quant as being your peer-to-peer financial system. Now do you get where I'm coming from when it comes to this? All right, there's a little bit more in regards to this, and I want to recognize some of our guests here in just a bit. But I want to jump into this next part because this is also good. So actually, you know what? This is where we should pause. Okay? I am going to unveil for you guys tonight, this right here, for the first time ever, the RSN United States proof of concept. I have fast forward to this part. This part, you'll hear this gentleman literally say this is not to be released to the media. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I'm going to release it to you guys. So with that said, let's welcome surprise guest once again for the second week in a row, Underdog of the Underdog Research Channel. We're blessed to have you, sir. How are you doing tonight?
Man, I was listening to the release. I was on pins and needles. I was like, don't stop.
Heck yeah, same
I
here.
at least wanted to recognize you for a second.
Yeah,
We'll take a quick pause. Yeah, you're very welcome. Guys, I just want to state this. I love these guys, all right? If you support me, support guys that I'm also collaborated with, network with, and so on. We have some announcements that we're going to get into maybe within next week or two, given our time frame and so on. But we're going to actually take it to the next level. We talk about scalability. Our plan is to scale and bring you guys a little bit more details about that. We're not going to let the cat out of the bag yet in regards to that, but it's taken our talents and basically scaling it up to provide real value for you guys moving forward. But for now, let's just take a brief break. Hopefully, this has caught your attention a little bit, and let's recognize some of you guys just real quick. So, do you think altcoin season will start Q1 2025? It could very well be. I think the height of the bull run is late 2025. You don't think QT is going to drop below to the 40 mark? That's fine. Just Jason, OG Crypto in the house. Hey, thank you for being here. Baker, go follow Tokenizer on X. He gets more into the nitty gritty about that. Also have a video talking about the scarcity of the QNT token. I do welcome you. Thank you for being here. Bernard B, welcome back. Max, what up? Miss your vibes. Thanks, man. If you miss my vibes, support these guys too. They got great deep dive content. They got a lot tonight for Swift. I don't know if Underdog does. I mean, he just did a special on his channel, so we got to give him a chance to kind of relax, right? Everybody needs a breather once in a while, but RUE's got some awesome stuff for you guys. Tim's giving everybody dab. Brian Dally, hey brother, good to see you, Brian. I'll just recognize a few more of you guys. Mr. Lambo's Crypto Talk. Glad to have you guys here. Hopefully, I'm not skipping too much. Yeah, it does. They're just referencing some of that stuff. So Let's read this real quick. Start off topic. Did anyone know that there is a tokenized metals app that's running or about to run on BSV? App's name is Troy Money. I didn't know that. I'll have to take a deeper dive into that. Shook Focus. Hey, you guys want to say what's up to Shook?
What's up, Shook?
All right. But I mean, I said hello to him earlier, but anyway. Oh, that's funny. That's funny, Shook. I would agree with that statement, Tom. I'm with you on that. I'll try to get more into BSV. It's just only so much time in a day. It's hard to cover everything, but I'm definitely looking to do it. All right, Stump Rider in the house. A lot of you guys in the house. Thank you for being here. Underdog, since we want to at least recognize you just came in. Any quick announcement you want to mention real quick in regards to maybe yourself, your channel, things you're covering before we kick it into the unveiling of this whole thing of the RSN in the United States proof of concept.
Thank you for letting me be here. I'm here to listen, and looking forward to hearing what you have to announce in Black RUE, and will add value where I can.
We do appreciate that. On YouTube, we're at 60. I mean, guys, when it's doom and gloom, it affects the channels, but great audience tonight. I mean, on X, 304, combined total 364. Let's go. Thank you so much, you guys. Really do appreciate that. I'm just going to clear out some tabs for a second. This kind of helps with my own personal flow. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead. I've gone ahead and fast forward to this part. This part. And yes, RSN, guys, Regulated Settlement Network, United States. Think about that. Proof of concept. Let me see that I have the volume up loud enough for you guys. Yep, max volume. Let's get into it. Listen to this. This is from Charles De Simon. And he's going to introduce this properly so you can have an idea of what exactly is this. Just hear it out. We'll play a good portion of this, and then we'll take a little bit of a Q&A from the community. Hear a little bit of the take from Underdog, also RUE. Thanks for being here, guys. All I ask is that you smash the like because it gets the algorithm going. Here we go.
The RSN US Proof of Concept Project. I am Charles De Simone, a managing director with SIFMA's Technology and Operations team, and we really appreciate you joining us today for our webinar introducing the Regulated Settlement Network, the RSN. As we start this exciting project, we're very pleased to have this opportunity to meet with you all to share its background and goals. Before we start, I would like to remind participants that this event is closed to the media and is only open to market participants. SIFMA will be serving as the project coordinator for the RSN project. Our hope is that the learnings from this project will help drive forward responsible innovation in the capital markets and help the industry broadly understand how ledger-based infrastructure can build more efficient, innovative, and resilient markets and processes. As SIFMA, we have consistently advocated for the integration of ledger-based operating models within the securities regulatory framework. We really feel this project highlights the value that they can offer and is a great opportunity for the industry broadly to learn. We've brought together today for this webinar a great group of panelists from the firms that are taking part in the RSN project today. You can see their names on the screen and they will introduce themselves as they move through the presentation. As you can see, they bring together a broad range of firm types and business models to collaborate on this exploration. The webinar today will cover the background of the RSN, its core concept and design principles, and introduce the structure of the project and some of the use cases we'll be exploring. If you have any questions, please ask them via the Q&A button in the webinar window, and we'll try and leave some time at the end of the session to answer your questions. With that, I will hand over to Artem from Citi to start us off.
Thanks, Charles. And hello, everyone. My name is Artem Korniuk, and I'm part of Citi's business development organization with a focus on digital assets. Before we dive into the details of the project, its scope, its deliverables, we felt it might be useful to start from the beginning, as they say, and talk a little bit about the origination story behind the Regulated Settlement Network and what brought us here today. So if we take one big step back, if you will, the original concept, which you'll hear more about in the next few minutes, goes back to 2021 to a white paper that was initially published by Citi, which really proposed this concept of a global network of regulated liabilities that is programmable, always on, and can span across markets and jurisdictions. That paper was really meant to serve as a contribution to the global debate on the future of money, and it was actually quite resonant across the industry, piquing interest from policymakers, central banks, and financial institutions, both large and small. So on the slide here, you'll see a general outtake of just a number of projects and events that were either stemmed from or were influenced in one way, shape, or form by that original concept. Let me just highlight a few examples to give you a little bit of color. So in 2022, for instance, in the US, a group of public and private sector institutions came together to partner on an industry POC in exploring the benefits and the general viability of the RLN concept around the digital US dollar. That project considered wholesale use cases involving both central bank, commercial bank, and e-money liabilities. In Britain, similar timing, in Britain, the UK Finance, along with a number of its members, came together to explore the same concept, but this time applied to the digital pound, and really looking at it across a variety of potential use cases, including both retail and wholesale. By the way, just a flag for the group, the second phase of that UK project kicked off just earlier this year, and you can find additional details behind it online. Anyway, so around the same time, this RLN concept was also closely explored and considered by a number of public sector institutions, including the BIS, for example, who published a unified ledger blueprint in 2023, and most recently announced Project Agora, which both of which really closely align with the key principles that we are testing here. Speaking of the US project, the findings from that project were very positive, and one of the conclusions from the group involved in that initiative was really this need to expand the RLN concept to also test the benefits of adding securities onto the same network. Obviously, looking at it closely to understand the benefits and the considerations or implications is pretty pivotal. So that took the RLN concept beyond just central bank and commercial bank liabilities, beyond the payment space, and hence the regulated settlement network project that we're here to talk to you about today. But more on that in maybe just a second. So just to round this out, in a nutshell, since 2021, this RLN concept has really been actively explored across the market, various markets, various jurisdictions, and most importantly, in close partnership between the public and the private sector. So that's kind of its common denominator, if you will. The RSN project that you will hear about today is really a continuation of that industry collaboration and really a joint exploration for how to best upgrade or modernize the critical infrastructure that's underpinning our markets. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Rob Morgan from USDF to double click on some of the specific hypotheses and really the additional details behind the phase of this specific project. So Rob, over to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Artem. For those of you who don't know me, Rob Morgan, I'm the CEO of USDF Consortium. We're a group of mid-sized regional community banks working together on tokenization. We're excited to be part of these tests. The goal of the tests, the proof of concept, is to explore the hypothesis that shared ledger technology can improve settlement for traditional banking transactions. To do this, we'll be simulating an always-on multi-asset network. We will be bringing commercial bank money, central bank money, treasuries, and other securities onto the same system of record. We think this has the potential to break down the silos that separate those systems today from a technological perspective. And we want to explore the benefits around reducing risk, allowing for better interoperability and faster transactions. So our hope is that this allows us to leverage the benefits of tokenization while maintaining the same market structure, roles, and regulatory oversight that exists today. This allows us to maintain the same benefits and protections that our two-tier banking system provides while exploring and the adoption of this new technology. Key to this test is a central FMI, or financial market infrastructure, that can house all of these different assets and liabilities. FMI is sort of a regulated payments network that facilitates that clearing and settlement of payments, securities, and other transactions. Through that FMI, we'll be testing a number of different use cases that others will go into more detail in, We'll be testing delivery versus payment transactions for both treasuries and other securities on a single platform, as well as interoperability via an interlinking solution for other networks as a bridge to test both DVP and PVP transactions. So with that, I'll hand it over to Amanda, who will give a little bit more detail on the tests and the construction.
Sure. Thanks, Rob. I'm Amanda Morgan from Visa Money Movement Solutions, and I'm really excited to join my industry colleagues on this wonderful project. I just want to give a bit more context on the intention of this proof of concept phase and sort of the breadth of the participants we're working with. So what is the proof of concept? Well, the RSN proof of concept builds on the great work that's already been done, as Artem mentioned, and it starts to assess the viability of a permissioned and regulated shared ledger, holding both securities and liabilities for 3 separate settlement use cases. So I'll just outline these here. They are 3 domestic settlement use cases, beginning with 1, our base use case of RSN as an FMI, or financial market infrastructure for security settlement. And then we build on this to explore 2, a security leg delivery versus payment settlement, followed by 3, a tokenized payment versus payment. So the intention is to bring to life and explore the opportunity for regulated shared multi-asset ledger. And at the end of the POC, this group will publish a business, technical, and legal report for each use case. Just one more note on the scope, as it's outlined on the slide. So the RSN initiative remains grounded in the regulated space and seeks to evaluate the potential for technology to enhance settlement of several regulated instruments. We're not evaluating opportunities in the unregulated space or leveraging public and/or permissionless infrastructures. In terms of the participants, this endeavor is only possible because of the commitment and participation from industry-leading public and private organizations. So we're fortunate to have a diverse range of project contributors with SME experience across this POC and the continued involvement of NY Innovation Center as a technical observer. So with that, I'll hand over to John from JP Morgan to share more detail on the use cases, specifically the first one.
Thank you, Amanda. John Schwartz, JP Morgan, and I'll be walking folks through the base use case. So as Artem mentioned, we are leveraging work done previously during the PVP pilot for RLN Phase 1, complementing that use case by incorporating a securities leg into the workflow. Goal here is to achieve near real-time DVP settlement within the FMI. By having both tokenized public and private forms of money and tokenized US regulated securities in the network, it should enhance the market's ability to settle securities transactions with a greater degree of precision, reducing settlement risk, enhancing available liquidity, and reducing operational inefficiencies faced by financial institutions today. Residing within the FMI are participant partitioned ledgers, warehousing tokenized central bank money, tokenized bank deposits, and in this base use case, tokenized central bank treasuries, the latter originating within the Fed securities partition, which you can think of as a tokenized version of FedWire. There are a number of potential benefits in realizing this type of US Treasury settlement flow. The first benefit is, as I mentioned, near real-time settlement. In this base use case, we are assuming an underlying US Treasury transaction could be an outright cash buy, sell of a bond, or a US Treasury repo transaction is executed through regular way channels outside of the RSN FMI. Once executed, details in the transaction are submitted through the RSN FMI within each of the executing bank partitions, including with a DVP settlement of tokenized treasuries versus tokenized deposits. As I mentioned, one of the first and primary benefits is near real-time settlement of a DVP transaction. Delivery versus payment in this context is generally detached from the execution of the underlying transaction in real-world flow. The delay creates intraday liquidity issues. Additionally, the uncertainty around settlement timing shortens the time frame in which settlement discrepancies are identified and resolved, an issue inherent in the use of today's existing settlement architectures. By leveraging an FMI capable of settling DVP transactions, you can validate cash and securities positions near real time, smoothing out the market's ability to settle large amounts of transactions in shortened timeframes. Another benefit is the potential for expanded liquidity access. Reducing uncertainty, even in settlement flows, ultimately promotes liquidity. In terms of the price, cost of that liquidity, the provisioning by market participants of it, as well as when that liquidity is available to the market. With that, I'll hand it over to Jack.
Hi, everybody. Jack Puderoyan at Swift, focused on our digital assets and digital currencies. Like the comments from others, we at Swift are excited to participate in the continued industry collaboration and explore the multi-asset use cases for shared ledger technology. In addition to transactions taking place within the RSN, equally as a group, we felt it important to simulate transactions between the RSN and other third-party networks, or simply put, adding interoperability to the scope of the POC. While the theoretical benefits of having all parties and assets on a common ledger are substantial, in practice, we can also recognize that the reality of achieving the scenario is far more complex. And the group's working assumption is that there will continue to be a multitude of separate networks that will need to interoperate across the world. So by including interoperability in the POC scope, we note 3 key objectives. The first is to demonstrate the ability for the RSN to connect to both new and traditional financial networks, and thereby avoiding the creation of a new, larger digital island. Second is the ability to test and compare intra-network transactions, for example, entirely within the RSN with asset and cash on the same ledger, and similar cross-network transactions to enable a form of A/B testing. And the third is to demonstrate the potential value of the RSN as a settlement venue for other networks to have final settlement of transactions in central bank money, which then brings us to the approach that we're taking. So as we know, there are different approaches and models to interoperability. For the scope of the regulated settlement network POC, we've elected to primarily leverage a network interlinking prototype that has been developed by Swift. So in simple terms, that combines a lightweight interface component referred to here in the materials as the Swift connector, along with orchestration capabilities from a simulated version of Swift's transaction manager platform to orchestrate the cross-network transactions. What this will enable is a secure, standardized, and scalable means of interlinking different types of networks. It remains technology and network type agnostic. It'll leverage the ISO 20022 standard that the industry has been working towards. And through local configuration by respective network operators, it'll mitigate any sort of interdependencies that people have on other network design decisions. It's worth noting that this prototype has also recently been tested with over 35 central banks, commercial banks, and financial market infrastructures in separate industry experimentation led by Swift. And finally, in addition to the Swift interlinking solution, throughout the POC, the group may explore additional integration options to demonstrate the flexibility of the RSN and to also be able to compare multiple types of options side by side. For example, we could envision direct connectivity to the RSN through API solution. This leads us to the interoperability use cases that we'll focus on in the scope of this POC, and I'll hand it over to Arushi from Wells Fargo.
Thank you, Jack. Good morning, everyone. My name is Arushi Sue Joshi, and I head the Distributed Ledger Technology and Digital Assets Center of Excellence at Wells Fargo. My peers have already established that interoperability is crucial for scale and value. We know that cash and other assets will continue to exist on other networks other than RSN. And in order to provide true value to our clients, we must communicate and interoperate with these networks. The promise of tokenization of securities is access to liquidity, 24/7 network availability, near real-time settlement, and of course, reduction of operational risk regardless of the network. Therefore, interoperability, improving interoperability is an important goal of this experiment of phase 2 of the RSN. We're going to demonstrate our hypothesis of interoperability using an illustrative example. I'm not going to drain the slide, but I'm going to help you try and visualize how interoperability might look like if you had assets or securities on a network other than RSN. So if you look at the visual, and if you've been tracking phase 1 of RLN or RSN, you'll see that the top portion, which has the FMI, is essentially the same. But you have an additional network here, which is, in this illustrative example, Broadridge DLR. There could be other asset networks as well. And our goal is to demonstrate interoperability using the Swift connector. So in this particular illustrative example, we've got a client X, who banks with Bank A. who wants to purchase securities from client Y who banks with bank B. The cash or tokenized deposits, as well as the tokenized central bank monies, are on the RSN FMI. However, the securities in this case are on the Broadridge network. And so in this transaction, quite simply, Bank A proposes a transaction to the RSN network. And in order for this transaction to be committed, several people need to sign off on this transaction. So when the transaction is proposed by Bank A on behalf of its clients, it's letting Bank B know that it has the money to pay for the securities. Bank B then confirms that it is accepting the transaction. And in the Fed partition, you've got the reserves being transferred from Bank A to Bank B. At the same time, the transaction, when it is proposed, has to be signed off or confirmed in the Broadridge network to confirm that Bank B does have the securities and those securities are going to be locked for this transaction. And this communication between the RSN FMI and the Broadridge DLR or any other asset network is happening through the SWFT connector. And using this sort of interoperability infrastructure, it is our goal and hope that we can demonstrate that the RSM FMI can operate with various other networks in securities, but also in cash. And I will hand it over to Jonathan to talk about the second use case where cash networks might exist. So Jonathan, over to you.
Thank you, Arushi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Donovan, part of Mastercard's digital asset and blockchain team. In addition to the multi-asset use cases that have been described earlier, we're keen to demonstrate the value that can be provided by RSN acting as a foundational settlement infrastructure for third-party platforms in the PVP scenario. In this model, the tokenized central bank money that resides on RSN can be used to safely and securely settle obligations that arise from a variety of activities occurring on platforms that are distinct and separate from RSN. This means that these third-party platforms would be able to utilize tokenized central bank money for settlement on a 24/7 basis, allowing participants to make use of the liquidity they have available on RSN to support additional use cases that bring value to their customers. The specific use cases that we are exploring are via two different third-party platforms that provide tokenized deposit capabilities. The first is Mastercard's multi-token network, MTN. This is a platform that provides a set of tools and standards to enable participants to transact in the digital asset space with the balance in their bank accounts. These capabilities enable application providers in verticals such as real estate, loan disbursement, and carbon credits to leverage the power of tokenized deposits. In this use case, we'll demonstrate how B2B transactions enabled in MTN can be settled directly on RSN 24/7 in central bank money. The second use case is with Tacit as a third-party platform provider and demonstrates how the value of a tokenized deposit on the Tacit platform can interoperate with the tokenized deposit petitions on the RSN ledger itself. Again, further demonstrating how two different types of payments can interact seamlessly. Both of these use cases will explore different ways in which they can securely interoperate with RSN. Firstly, via the SWFT connector that Jack described earlier, and also via a direct connection to RSN. In summary, this demonstrates how RSN can act as a foundational layer that can underpin a huge amount of future innovation by becoming a substrate that other services can build upon, bringing additional capabilities and use cases into the financial ecosystem. And with that, I'd like to hand back to Charles.
Great. Thank you all for your presentations and really giving a great overview of the project and your goals.
Okay, give me a second. All right. All right. So, wow, right? Like, what? Hold on. Let's add underdog. So, it speaks for itself. There's a lot more to this. I did see. I mean, this is like the Q&A after that and so on. But that was the main gist. It goes on for another 45 minutes, give or take. Whoever wants to go first, RUE, underdog, your thoughts.
You underdog, you're gonna have to go first because this is like straight bananas for me.
I'm over here having all kinds of. I'm screenshotting. I'm researching in real time. That is amazing find and research, Maximus. I must say I had not heard anything about this RSN. To be honest with you, Maximus, that's a huge amount of information to unload. There's so much to research. That first screenshot, uh, and it was showing a spectrum. I have 15 screenshots here. I don't know where to start. I'm going to let you speak on this, but I have a lot of research to do. I love the interoperability, what they're trying to do. It connects to so many things that you and Black RUE have been talking about forever. I mean, y'all have been talking about this, but I'll be honest, there's a lot to uncover. So I'm interested in seeing what y'all have to say. I'm going to be quiet and just listen.
Max, can you bring up that first shot where they have like kind of the outline?
You talking about in the video or the other screenshots?
In the video. The
Sure.
first kind of screenshot where they have the outline and they have like.
You mean like the timeline of everything?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second.
Because it goes specifically into one show that we did. And
I get what you're saying. Okay, about the background. All right, let me see if this is the one you're talking about. By the way, I just wanted a disclaimer because I know he's going to be watched at some point. I love this guy. I can't take all the credit, right? As you guys know, I collaborate with Quant Papa. He goes the extra mile. I don't know how he gets these private conversations, these links, whatever the case be. Consider it a treat that you guys see some of this stuff. I mean, my God, the QNT token, like, holy cow! All right. Anyway, so let's pull this up. I think this is what you're talking about. Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay.
So specifically, if you guys look into the top left-hand corner, fourth quarter 2021, Singapore MAS CBDC presentation. Remember that whole episode we did about Draper and Singapore? Like, goes directly into that. And if I pulled up a little article from, like, you guys will have to catch the whole entire show to really kind of get the whole depth of it, how Swift connects to this. But I'll just bring up this one article we spoke on.
No problem.
Oops, I stopped sharing. Let me.
And for anybody who's wondering if I'm completely done with this outline tonight, I'm not, because it's going to come full circle back to this whole thing of where is Quant at in regards to the main topic that we're talking about in regards to, stable coins and the digital dollar and so on. So we're going to come back to that in a little bit. So you got something on your screen, I guess you want to share?
Yep.
Because that's research from Underdog. That's cool. And I believe it's this one, right?
Yes. So
okay,
we went like way deep into this a couple episodes on Max's channel. He and I also went into it on my channel. But Deutsche Bank joined Singapore Asset Tokenization Project. And one of the things that continuously came up in this video that we just watched was interoperability. And one of the things that they investigated for interoperability was XLR. And we connected XLR to Draper, to Stellar, to Swift. Okay. And they say here, and this is from sometime in 2024, Ripple announced a collaboration with XLR in February 2024, ultimately planning to tokenize real world assets on the XRP ledger, made interoperable through XLR. So it's right there. And this is like, they were talking about it in 2021, and we showed you guys how that went all the way back to 2021, even involved like the state of New York bank or something like that. So definitely check out that episode. But this brings it forward to Swift to me by connecting XLR to the bank of or to the MAS, which is the Monetary Authority of Singapore, and that leads it to Swift for me. And I have one other thing I wanted to share here. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so I have this blown up on a different page here, but you know how they say a picture says 1,000 words. Share this tab instead. So this is kind of all of it kind of in one thing, and this is from XX hash underscore 1133 underscore 1221 underscore 11. And basically it shows kind of quant, everything kind of connecting into quant down here, including all the stable coins. And one of the things that you'll notice is the forum being attached to all these different things, as well as USDC, right? One of the things that Max showed you earlier today was the European Central Bank project, or the European Central Bank project. One of the things that kind of went under the radar kind of here recently is that Circle also brought out the digital euro here a couple weeks ago. So that's also there in what kind of Max brought you today. And he brought it to you from like 2019, where they were talking to I believe Quant. So here it is now that Circle's coming out with their own digital euro. They already have the USDC, and all of these things are plugged into XDC, Stellar, Ethereum, LCX, all the things we've been talking about tonight, right? Casper, which is backed by Tim Draper. He owns this project. Algorand, which we've seen that he worked with through Draper University. So this picture kind of gives a kind of real overview. We're not going to break it down the entire picture, but it just shows you, okay, using the Overledger with stable coins and various different things connected to it. You can get to Stellar, you can get to, Ethereum, and all these different blockchains. And all of them seem to be backed by the forum, right? So that kind of goes into Swift, in that Swift connects to Stellar, and they connect to all the bricks side. So with Swift, you can connect both of these ends of the pie. You can connect G7, which all of this is kind of G7 if you want to think of it with Stellar and USDC. And then Swift connects all of kind of the bricks side, in which you can kind of think of the brick side as having Tether more running its stable coin issuance over there with Tether. But that's just a little bit without getting into everything I wanted to get into tonight. Does anyone want to add to that before I get into stuff?
I think Underdog has something. Didn't you, Underdog? You wanted to comment? I see that you also have some research that you posted.
I'm listening. I just wanted to pull up the research that you just put out there. Black RUE, you mind if I take a minute to bring one screenshot up?
No, go right ahead.
Let me go to it. This is what I told you I was taking screenshots. Can we make this full for just one moment, Max?
Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you.
I was looking at this. I was screenshotting. I told you I take notes, and I'm just floored because Black RUE and Maximus have been really talking about this. The other day, Maximus was talking about the single ledger. Black RUE's been talking about it's connected. But let's just read the first three bullets. This is so amazing. A single financial market infrastructure, FMI, leveraging shared ledger technology, capable of settling multi-asset transactions. Now, if you jump down to why they should do it, it says in the second block, having both tokenized central bank money and commercial bank money within this RSM, the financial market infrastructure will allow for FMI to maintain the existing two-tier banking system. And you can take it down now, Maximus. This right here speaks volumes to me, just volumes. Look, Black RUE, I'm going to say this one thing because I'm literally just sitting here. I might not go to sleep tonight. Literally, I don't know how. I mean, it's almost like you two are oracles. I mean, because this is one thing that no matter what we believe, the big money, the banking institutions, we got to think big, international, worldwide. They want to maintain the status quo. And it says these banks, Maximus got this video. These banks says, don't share it because we're not supposed to see this. Maximus, I hope I don't if I don't make it, y'all know what happened, because it says right there to maintain the existing two-tier banking system. See, what we've been talking about is getting out of control for the bigger higher ups, old money, Rockefellers and these other old names. They love the old system. They control the old system. They realize these multiple digital revenues in different areas is out of their control. So this is a power move. This is huge. That's all I want to say. I don't know if y'all saw this, but y'all got to pay attention to this. That's it, Maximus. Thank you, Black RUE.
No problem. I mean, that's where it's at for me. We have more to get into in regards to this. We'll get back into the comments a little later. There's not a lot, but we want to respect that a lot of people obviously tuned in for that. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in. You may not think it's a big deal. I always like to thank everybody who's tuned in. We understand that, the markets, there's a lot of fear and so on, but you guys rock for tuning in. I mean, YouTube 48, but X 371, 419 on the combine. Really nice. Thank you guys for being here. We really do appreciate it. Let's get into a little bit more about this outline. So I'm going to share the next part of what we have. And it is actually going to be about a 3-minute video from Gilbert Verdian that was posted a month ago. And from what I've been told, I think this was taken down. I don't even think you could see it on the Quant Network. I could be wrong, but I think this was taken down. If they put it back up, they put it back up. But anyway, here is GV. Let's go ahead and share this based off of everything that was presented tonight. Here we go. So Gilbert Verdian, what does it say? Goes on to mention programmability, interoperability, bank grade API. So everything you just soaked in tonight, let GV pound it home that much more. This is 3 minutes, and then we'll pound home some more things. We'll show some in-depth screenshots on the back end of how this all works. I'm telling you, this is going to be a solid outline. You're going to see some screenshots from private events. Don't ask how Quant Papa gets all this. I don't know. His connections is crazy, but he's a great asset to this space. All right, going to go ahead and play this. Here we go.
The RLN is a collaborative project by leading UK and global institutions to enable programmable payments with tokenized and non-tokenized bank deposits to create a venue for settlements for all forms of digital assets and all forms of money. So Quant brings its heritage and expertise in creating DLT-based financial infrastructure for all forms of tokenized digital assets and money to be interoperable. In the project, we're bringing a multitude of solutions and technology. This includes enhanced programmability, which is over and above what we've done before in CBDCs and fit for commercial banks, interoperability across networks and different types of DLTs, the interconnectivity of all of these, and then finally, all of this is orchestrated through our technology and presented through a banking-grade API. We're also partnering with R3 on the project, which are bringing in the shared ledger where all the tokenized assets will reside. So RLN means we're creating a new form of money with the commercial banks having a say of what this looks like. And this is all down to programmability. By having logic and programmability built into money itself, we're moving from electronic money to digital, and we're creating the foundation of digital finance. So the RLN project is starting with payments and settlements, but the goal and the vision is to create a common venue, a common platform for all forms of assets, all forms of instruments to settle with digital money. The RLN is a platform for innovation. It's being built and co-designed with all the commercial banks and institutions having a say. The whole vision of RLN is to create a new form of money for different types of instruments, different types of assets to be used across the shared venue. And the goal and the future vision is to make this into potentially a new FMI. And that means a regulated entity running all forms of money and assets on the platform.
Okay, so, you know, a nice little segue to the next part from Gilbert Verdian. Specifically when he mentions things about like cash. You know, back to the whole thing I was talking about earlier. To anybody who's tuned in, Bitcoin, peer-to-peer cash system, literally written in the white paper. Then you see this for a peer-to-peer financial system. Look at the tokenomics about QNT. 14.88 million tokens. Okay, that's the max. BTC, about 21 million, give or take. So it's like more scarce. Interoperability for 100 plus blockchains. And if your project isn't on the list, let them know. And what will they do? They'll figure something out for you. Wow. You know, API, everything. I mean, come on. There's more to it than just this. I want to get into a little bit more about this. So we showed you guys that. How would you like us to get into some of the nitty gritty with actual screenshots? Now, I've showed a little bit about this in the past. And again, I think this is taken from Quant Papa's computer screen. So it's not a perfect screenshot. But nonetheless, I want you guys to see this. Everybody asks how things work on the back end. How does it look literally like if you were connected to the overledger or who writes it, and you know, what's it connected, you know, to? You know, back in Gamerland, for me, you know, playing like one of my favorite old first-person shooters, like Medal of Honor Allied to Solar, the first Call of Duties. Screenshots or it didn't happen. Well, look at this, guys. It definitely did happen. And the point is, when we full screen this a little bit more, it's understanding like the plumbing, understanding the connections. So you have over here a solution overview. The core RLN, Regulated Liability Network infrastructure. Third-party integrations, business applications to RLN API. People have asked before, well, we don't know if it's quant. Okay, well, it shows a pretty compelling case, you know, and you also heard some of these interviews, whether it's from GV or some of the other financial participants in that panel that wasn't even supposed to be released to the media. But you have these messaging services. You have, for example, like we point out before in other deep dives, common RLN orchestration, programmability later, state management programmability. Again, quant is there, workflow orchestration. And look at this. You know, we'll show some other screenshots in a bit. A shared ledger. You have R3. R3, digital currencies apps. You know, who's going to host some of this stuff? Well, who's going to be the API gateway? It is the overledger. Okay, what about for a wrapped, or I should say wrapped, I got to stop saying it, wholesale CBDC partition? Boom, you have that. So obviously BIS, obviously Bank of England, other ones, right? Banque de France, you name it. Lately, what was the Central Bank of Italy? Which obviously that would be your R3 connection. How about API gateways? Or, you know, for example, retail CBDC partition. Boom, that's there. How about, for example, some of the other TD partitions, you know, member banks, all that stuff. But on the right side, open banking APIs. You know, we talked about, for example, you know, Project Enbridge, and we talked about, Project Rosalind. Look at this. Rosalind, we've already been there and done that. Bank of England, Rosalind Sandbox, Quant. You also have this other thing, DXC, So later on, I don't have it tonight, but I'm going to give you guys a taste of DXC. Your key takeaway for DXC is, who is the person originally behind that? And the answer, and I'm going to just give you a little taste, is a guy who basically taught Gilbert Verdian a lot of what he knows. So there's that connection. And apparently that particular individual passed away a few years ago. It's a sad situation. But he mentored Gilbert Verdian. So I'm not going to give everything away on one day, but that's big. So, imagine having somebody that mentored you part of this mix. All right, let's jump into the next part. This is also good. Here's another screenshot. Regulated Liability Network, platform for innovation. RLN in itself is what? It's a concept for a new type of regulated financial market infrastructure, FMI. Back to a little bit what Underdog was talking about earlier with those screenshots, that would operate a shared ledger that records, transfers, and settles regulated liabilities of central banks, commercial banks, and even regulated non-banks. The concept in itself could enable the use of tokenized deposits, programmable payments, and other new functionality. If you guys were watching the video of that panel that was not supposed to, again, be released to the media, they pounded all that home. This just kind of just shows you a screenshot format, just in case you missed it. And it's all there, but RLN shared ledger. We already know the quant connection. So thought I'd get into that. And the other part I want to get into is bottom left, UK Finance. You have EY, R3, and Quant. Just a few more things. I won't try to take too much time. How about this? Another screenshot. The evolution of money. Okay? You have, for example, a push to pull programmable payments. Simple lock. Issuer locks funds, can also unlock them, allowing consumers to earmark or hold money. This was mentioned on that panel. What about a two-party lock? Issuer locks funds, pre-authorizes a second scheme member, issuer, or acquirer to debit a particular amount. Guys, come on. Did we forget about Quant Authorized? This is why Quant Authorized, they put so much emphasis on that particular utility for the product of Overledger. How about this third one? Three-party lock. Funds are locked by an issuer and pre-authorized in favor of a beneficiary. So boom, two-party lock is utility motion. Three-party lock is even more utility motion. So guys, remember how we mentioned that institutions are required to hold QNT? What about us in retail that hold QNT? All right, so there's that. How about this? Funds being paid conditioned by the authorization of a third party, and HTLC lock, primarily used for synchronization with another payment system. Back to the whole thing of, well, we got the problem of real-time gross settlements. You can't use QNT, it's a ERC20 token. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's blockchain agnostic, and you can switch to XRPL for real-time gross settlements, trade with XDC, you name it. More things about this, in here. I mean, this is a lot of the whole nerd talk, but it's all here, and it's interesting to see these screenshots. All right, a little bit more about orchestration, tokenized deposits. Now, we gave you a blast from the past. Let's take you to the present. This was posted not that long ago from the Quant Network. Quant on CBDCs and tokenized deposits, June 18th, 2024. Now, you could go to the Quant Network site. You can see it for yourself, unless they took it down. But don't miss our CEO, Gilbert Verdian, live on stage discussing our recent involvement in the UK's regulated liability network with senior representatives from Citi. Remember how long I had to take criticism? And it's okay. I'm a coachable guy. I had so many people in the comments saying, Citi's not there. You're making this stuff up. Well, that aged well, didn't it? I think it did. Deutsche Bank, HSBC, and of course Nexi Group. We know Nexi Group has huge ties on the API end to Quant. So that's posted. Okay? I'm just pointing some things out that aged really well. How about this other thing? Common platform for all assets to settle with what? Digital money. Again, from the video. Do we have any more? Yes, we do. Look at this. Javier Perez, Tasso Theory, some of these other people. Tony McLaughlin. There's your city connection. And what do we have on the pound sign? I'm not going to call it hashtag. I'm old school. RSN. Look at that, guys. Ain't that beautiful how it all comes together? RLN. Innovation, tokenization, shared ledger, unified ledger, and even Swift, as in old school Swift, not Swift blockchain, okay? Because that's SWIFT. I always got to throw that out there because I know some of you guys get kind of confused with that. So SIMFA manages POC, and we talked about this last, was it week or two, deep dive? Tokenized assets on a common system. Jeez, I mean, quant's all connected to all this and then some? Yeah, all that and then some. All right, what about private meetings? Where are we taking some of this stuff? Well, some person sent me a DM in regards to the guy on the far left. They're saying that was Jack Dorsey. I don't know for sure, but he sure does look like Jack Dorsey. But it is what it is. But what is this private meeting? Well, look in the background here. RLN? Well, what the heck is going on with this? Check this out for a second. We zoom in more. Is this lady? Who's this lady? Well, I'm going to get into that. Her name is Phoebe Zhu. She's the head of emerging payments in Europe. She's the chairman, or chair lady, I should say, HSBC China Connect. You know, one of the things, I know I see RUE here, and I'm going to have you chime in here in a bit, and I think, Underdog, I'm looking at you guys' reactions. I'm going to have you guys chime in here in a bit. But guys, I'm telling you flat out, action, reaction, right? So you even have, Phoebe Zhu, HSBC China Connect, excited to have participated in the RLN UK Innovators Workshop today. So that's what that event was. It was a fantastic gathering of over 150 innovators and fintechs, both online and in person, coming together to explore the potential of regulated liability network experimentation. She had the opportunity to lead one of the work stream to delve into a business benefits and various use cases. The room was buzzing with energy. Yeah, kind of like we're buzzing right now. I see you guys don't make much comments. Why are you doing that? Probably because you're soaking in the knowledge. Awesome. But look at this. The exchange of ideas, knowledge was incredible. It was truly a delight to witness those light bulb moments. Yeah, is it the light bulb been turned on for you guys tonight? I saw you, OG Crypto, in the comments. Your mind is blown, right? But guys, immensely grateful, she says, for the dedicated efforts and collaboration of this community. Well, same with us, with our community. RLM embraces a culture of continuous learning and sharing. Keep up the great work. And again, Tony McLaughlin from Citi cited here. Some of these other people, again, they all met for this. I would love to see what's on that projector back there. But that was crucial. And again, we'll take a pause here in a bit because I definitely want to hear from our panel that we have here today. EBA Day. Remember how we talked about this in Lisbon? Look at this for a second, guys. Agenda, speakers, sponsors, challenges and benefits of CBDCs, tokenized deposits, and, of course, stablecoin adoption. Now, I'm going to really pound that home. I have an exclusive interview that, I think also flew on the radar. I didn't see anybody talking about it. I'm not trying to be like one of those guys, like, oh, you only going to get from me. It's okay. But it's a key player from Circle. So before we get into that, I want you guys to see this. Tokenized money is on the horizon in numerous countries. What are the benefits and risk of programmability? How likely is the risk of market fragmentation through multiple offerings, both private and public, chasing after the same use cases? Of course, you see Gilbert Verdi in there, but you see some other key players there, and of course, there's Phoebe Zhu. All right, before we kick it into the video, which will also blow your mind away when you hear that, it's a 9-minute video, we're going to take a pause, and we're going to hear from our panel that we have here tonight. So who wants to take it based off of what you just saw, even with that?
Oh, I'm researching right in real time. I'm over here looking hard. I mean, Maxman, you can't expect us to get all this. This is awesome. I need you to do me a favor though, and
sure.
I'll let Blackbird talk. I'm a forensic scientist, so if you will pull back up that the thing you said, I wish I could see it. You bring that clip back up so I can take a screenshot of that. I'll see if I can clarify and get that to you.
All right, let me see here.
But if something happens to me, Rude, tell my family I loved them. I loved them. But Max he set us up, Rude. Maximus set us up.
Oh man, that's funny. All right. So it's top right.
All right, I
and a
see
little
it.
bit on the left. It's hard to see that.
Give me just no, it's okay. That's what forensic tools are for. I have it now. Thank you very much.
Well, that's awesome. That's cool.
All right. So
right.
that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and stop my mic, and I'm gonna start working on this while you're talking to Rue. And this is great. Thank you, Maximus.
No problem. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, Rue, yeah. Not trying to put you. I mean, I saw some of your reactions when I mentioned the whole thing of Phoebe Zhu. You know, HSBC, the China Connect.
Well, it continues to be, the China is like connected some way there. And HSBC continues to come up as well. We were just talking about them earlier with the CFTC and Stellar. So, you know, connections continue to be made here.
Yeah, I saw some of you guys' comments in the private chat. That's funny. Anyway, not to reveal what that is, but that's hilarious. So, all right. So glad to get that screenshot. We're going to just recognize you guys in the comments just for a brief moment because we like doing that. I don't know. Sometimes I think I have other research. I've done collaborations where, like, you know, this is best research I've done. And then there's other times it's like, as I go through, I'm like, holy crap, this might be it. And it just, I don't know. It's nice to not have been flooded out of Q&T from, again, a retail narrative. You know, why would you know, people want, why do you want to get into that? It's at rock bottom. Why wouldn't I want to buy it at rock bottom? You know? So I don't know of any other times I'm going to have this opportunity to acquire more quant. I'm glad I did. I'm glad that I bought some more quant. All right, so let's see here. We have some of you guys saying it's massive. I do want to recognize this question real quick. It's not really related. I did want to give a shout out to Humpty. He's in the chat somewhere. Anyway, Dyor, glad to have you. I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for being here. Let's go further down into some of the comments. Kind of went the other way. Sorry about that. So let's see. Where does this put Q&T at? I'm not going to say this year. I don't think so, to be honest. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like I always mention. You lay down the framework. You have this thing. It's built. It's kind of like I don't know. I guess this is a good example. Empire State Building. Wasn't that built like in the early 1920s, give or take, something like that? So then you have all this empty office space. All right. You know, it's like saying, okay, there's this amazing building here. Are there a lot of people in it? No, it's not. So I look at, like, when it comes to the blockchain infrastructure, you got to get the, you know, I use this term all the time. You got to get that utility in motion. It's not really on a massive scale yet. So, you know, I don't see that happening this year. I could be completely wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see it happening this year. I'm mainly looking towards the end of, I'm sticking to my guns, end of 2025, because the ISO 222 mandate is November 2025. And as we've seen, and we'll get more into this, ISO TC 307, the quant network standard, which is, you know, like, as they boast, the foundation for building on blockchain, and think about how that sounds, complements the whole thing. You guys got something in the private chat? That's fun.
You know, I think 2025 is going to be a big year. I think the few people that are in crypto, I think I heard somewhere where it's like only like 4% of the public is in crypto or something like that.
Right.
The few people that are in crypto, I think, are like kind of getting taken by meme coin mania. You know what I mean? So of the 4%, a lot of people are now getting taken by meme coins instead of utility. And I think, you know, once 2025 kind of rolls around, it might be more meme or more utility, and people are going to be stuck in meme coins. Not financial advice, but that's just my opinion.
No, that's okay. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll pull that up. Are you cool with what you shared on Telegram to pull up for everybody?
Oh, that's fine. Yes, I just saw it connects both what you and Black RUE have been talking about based on what you just showed with the RSN and what Black RUE was discussing.
Gotcha. I don't know how I could share this in this format. Do you have a way in which you could share it like on a tab or something like that?
I could put it. Let me do this, Maximus. Let me
It's
go.
just because if we share it the other way, then it just the sound gets kind of funky.
Okay.
It's
Well,
a
this is just a
StreamYard feature.
PDF. This is a
Yeah,
PDF.
so like if you downloaded that, so for example, when I download, just to give you a heads up, when I download PDFs, Underdog, if it came from a site, then I'll just leave it from that and then open it up from like Chrome. Maybe I'll just try it like that. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do that. Because then I can just open it up as a, you get what I'm saying? Before it opens up right. Hold on.
I understand.
Yeah.
And you don't have to share it today if you want to. I'll just share that with you because y'all was talking about HBC.
Ah, there we go. I think this is going to work. I open it up as a tab. So yeah, I will be able to open it up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just saying it was actually just for you and RUE. If y'all want to see it, RUE was talking about HSBC. You was talking about the this particular technology, and this was I think an intermediate part that may connect to what y'all was talking about. That's all.
Oh, okay. So you're saying like we can get into this and maybe do it for a different day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, no problem. I will definitely say that, and I got it saved, which is cool. All right, let's go further down. Let's see what other questions you guys have. All right. Yeah, I don't have the answer in regards to GN. That's more me, doing more research. But I do appreciate the question, Chris. Thanks for supporting the channel. You had some nice comments I saw in the recorded. I do appreciate that. All right. Yeah, good night to OG Crypto. He's probably got to get up early. No problem. Patrick Collier. Good to see you, buddy. All right. He's welcoming you guys. He's a Professor Max, River. Amazing show. You're very welcome. Let's see what here. What else you guys got? If I all of a sudden disappear. Okay. That's funny. All right. So I think we're at the bottom. Sorry if I skipped everybody's, not a good portion of comments. It's just, going about 2 hours, 42 minutes. We don't want to make it a 5.5 hours like it was last week. Maybe it happens. It is what it is. So I'm going to share just a little bit more about this. And then, of course, I want to respect RUE's time, Underdog's time, and so on. But we're just going to pull up a little bit more in regards to this. So let's get into this. I actually had to close out some tabs. So some of the ones you guys wanted me to go back to, I do need to close them out because Chrome, unfortunately, has a memory leak that I don't like, and then it just kind of keeps going. You know what I mean? So let's see what we got. Yeah. Let's give you guys a video. Everybody needs a video break, right? So here we go. All right, let's talk about this. Let's share it on the screen. All right. So you guys, if you follow, for example, Tokenizer, he covers SATP quite often, Secure Asset Transfer Protocol. If you know about Quant, this is something that you should know about for the most part. Over the course of 2-3 years, you've at least heard this topic get brought up every so often. What about Secure Asset Transfer Protocol and the topic of the night, the Regulated Liability Network? This guy does an excellent job of giving you a heads up of how this really comes together from a different perspective. It's not that long of a video, but man, if there's some of this stuff you're like, man, I don't really get this. It's okay. No problem. We all are at different areas when it comes to learning. But I think for people that are just coming into Quant, this is going to help you understand it. There's an introduction. There's the whole thing of RLM breakdown. I'm going to talk about the protocol. And he's even bringing SATP because, again, SATP and Quant have an RLN, like you guys seen today in the outline, Quant. So, yeah, let's talk about this. This is SETL CEO Anthony Culligan, if you're wondering who he is, and he's going to discuss this. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. I think we're on the right tab. Yeah, we're on the right tab. Yeah, smash that like. Thanks for being here. Here we go.
Today I'm going to talk to you about how the regulated liability network could interact with the Secure Asset Transfer Protocol, or SATP. SATP is an IETF initiative to establish interoperability between disparate ledgers or states. I will start with an overview of how Settle designed and built the RLN. The RLN is an orchestrator or transaction manager that coordinates a number of ledger updates to achieve an atomic transaction of some kind. Here we show how Alice at Citi can transfer US dollars to Bob at Wells Fargo on the RLN. It involves changing 3 ledgers: Citi's, Wells Fargo's, and the Federal Reserve ledger. For the purpose of this transaction, we assume that those ledgers are private and use different technologies. The ledger updates we need to implement are a burn at Citi, a mint at Wells Fargo, and a transfer at the Federal Reserve. The first step is that transaction is proposed to the RLN. Second, that proposal is distributed to all participants. Third, the participants, after doing their sanctions and fraud checks, agree to the transaction. Fourth, when the RLN has accumulated all of the agreements, it sends a finality message to the participants. And finally, each participant updates their private ledger. The purpose of the RLN in this example is to orchestrate the transaction and to communicate with the various ledger owners. The detail is in what is in those messages to give the participants the confidence to act together to achieve a transaction. Now, a working assumption is that there will be more than one RLN. For example, there could be one in the UK and one in the US. For the RLN to be a useful model and not just a collection of silos, there needs to be a way of a transaction spanning different RLNs. And this is where the gateway comes in. To take it a step further, there could be many RLNs, each using different technologies. At Settle, we call these settlement domains. In this model, there's a need for a general protocol which provides for settlement between ledgers that exist in different domains. For this, Settle has published a protocol. You can see that at rln-ip.org. The key principles of that protocol are as follows. A domain is a collection of ledgers. This could be an individual bank or a collection of organizations by jurisdiction or purpose, such as members of a central clearing organization or depository. The tech behind the domain is opaque to the gateway. It should work with any kind of network of ledgers. Gateways themselves decide who they trust. This is important as we did not want any global central organization to intermediate between settlement domains. This would be technically and organizationally cumbersome. Gateways make a point-to-point connection. That is, there is no global network that needs to support the model. And gateways relay messages on behalf of ledgers. A ledger being a collection of entries that is controlled by some identifiable entity or person. The purpose of the gateway is to relay those messages. Insofar as ledgers in other domains need to rely upon those messages, they should be from identifiable sources and cryptographically signed. This implies a common PKI for all parties in a transaction, but not necessarily a global PKI. Finally, we did not seek to impose a transport layer on gateway connections. We considered that to be part of the settlement domain's agreements between each other. In internet terms, that is further down the stack. Our core aim here is to establish a protocol which software developers can use to code. To be frank, the more products that use a common protocol, the more valuable each product is, including our own. With this in mind, we took a look at the Secure Asset Transfer Protocol, as we could see that on the face of it, it has very similar aims to ours. What we found is very encouraging. It is a smart group of contributors who recognize the same needs as we do. Having said that, it's not a perfect match. And here I'll identify 3 key differences between SATP's current state and what we think is needed. I must stress that SATP is a live project and will evolve over time, so nothing is set in stone. First, SATP is focused on an interaction that operates only between 2 gateways. RLN transactions can take place between many ledgers in many gateways. However, we think we can work with this by collecting many SATP interactions into one atomic packet. Second, the current draft of SATP strictly limits the interaction to a mint in one network coupled with a burn in another. This is only one of the myriad paradigms that are needed for a fully functional gateway on the RLN. Even amongst one-way transfers, this does not cover many of the different ways of achieving a transfer, like wrapping, for example. Third, and perhaps most surprising to us, SATP requires that gateways hold assets in escrow as part of a transfer between 2 networks. This is antithetical to our idea of a gateway being a postbox for messages and there being a strict demarcation between actors on each network and the gateway function, which should not act as principal in any transaction. We're trying to encourage the group of contributors to drop this as a mandatory feature. Overall, we are really very encouraged by SATP. We're happy to contribute to it as a standard. To sum up, we do not think that there will ever be a single ledger that records everything. We consider any change of ownership of anything to be a collection of ledger updates. Networks of ledgers already exist, and we expect more to emerge by jurisdiction or by some other common purpose, such as clearinghouses. We think a standardized gateway between networks is the way to achieve interoperability. And finally, SATP has the potential to be that connector, but it does require us all to pitch in and make it workable. I hope you found this interesting. Leave me some comments below and I'll try and get back to you.
Okay, so 2 key things I want everybody to remember from this takeaway of that video. He mentions orchestration and he mentions a gateway connector platform. That's all you really need to know for the current time moment. Watch this. Let's take you over to here, and it's this next particular screenshot. In reality, it's the same screenshot from before, but sometimes you just need some things to be circled. So orchestration. Well, common RLN orchestration and programmability layer. Do we have quant? Yes, we do have quant. Boom, quant, right side. All right, workflow orchestration, including the overall ledger. All right, well, what about the platform? Remember how you talked about a gateway platform connector? Well, boom, countless examples in regards to that for, like I mentioned before, your wholesale CBDCs, your retail CBDCs, and even on the right side, you have open banking APIs. So there's your gateway. What about Roslyn? Again, we already talked about that numerous times. Other content creators have covered that. And then on top of that, API gateway, even with DXC. And again, in the future, we'll get more into why that's important. So it's all there. It's all being orchestrated. And of course, bottom left of your screen, EY, R3, and Quant, UK Finance, right? UK Finance. Now, I want to share this with you as well. You may be thinking, wow, you just took a curveball. So Revolut is partnered with Quant. Look what it says here. I know this is a simple Google search, but might as well just get into it. Revolut is an all-in-one finance app for your money. Look what it says, guys, for the United States. Aha, I see what Max is doing. Yeah, coming full circle, right? Join 40 plus million customers globally using Revolut to send money to 140 plus countries, hold up to 25 plus currencies in an app, and spend in 150 plus currencies. On the far right side, it says that Revolut is a global neo-bank and financial technology company with headquarters where? In London. The United Kingdom offers banking services for retail customers and businesses. It was founded in 2015 by Nikolai Stoloronsky and Vlad Yatsenko. Okay? So it's there. Interesting. Revenue, 850 million GBP as of 2022. 7,500 employees as of 2023. Could be higher, right? We got to get the next particular report. But what's really, really interesting in my own notes is this that I want to get into. And it talks about Revolut. Were you guys aware that back in July 2021, Revolut, this particular UK-based financial services firm, was valued at $33 billion in regards to private investors. Now, shout out to RUE and obviously Underdog. We're always studying the whole thing of, what's VCs doing, in that regard. But $33 billion in private investors, making it the most valuable UK tech startup at the time. Now, of course, Forbes did an update stating that Revolut's net worth, I should say, is more closer to $13.8 billion after private markets took a hit. But the other key thing that I gathered in regards to the notes, listen to this part, is Revolut should be looked upon as a fintech unicorn. Now, that sounds pretty darn bold, does it not? But offers services such as currency exchange, budgeting, global transfer payments. In 2022 itself, of course, it was worth quite a bit. But the point is that they have a lot of quant that they own. And most importantly, remember how we talked about tokenized deposits? Well, back in 2022, they put in about $12.6 billion in total deposits, a 70% increase from the previous year. 70% increase? Wow. Revolut founded in 2015, Nikolai Storonsky, like I said, and also Vlad Yatsenko. They own 20% of the company. Back to the topic, even from the stellar point of view. Remember how we talk about 20% of companies, while corporate investors own around 75%. Now, I'm going to share this part on the screen with you guys. Give me just a second. This is good stuff as well. So, check out this screenshot. This is why you want to pay attention to Revolut and the quant connection. So, look at this. Revolut. How much QNT do they own? My God, 55,000 QNT? Holy cow, right? Look at this. Let's take you over to this posting. This was posted February, so a few months ago. Look what it says. Revolut to launch own crypto exchange. Here's what we know. We are launching a new crypto exchange built with advanced traders in mind. Goes on to also mention in an email to some of its customers, leading digital bank Revolut app announced plans to launch its own cryptocurrency exchange for which it is currently testing a beta version. That was back in February. Boasts some 30 million users for its existing products, which no doubt hopes will convert to users in its eventual centralized exchange. Remember how we talked about utility in motion, mass adoption? I think for the most part I got some of your attention here. Revolut's existing platform already features some crypto-related functionality, but is much limited in the scope and range of offered assets. Little has been revealed, but they know that the exchange will see lower fees than existing app and also provide analytical tools to users. Company already sets fees between 0% and 0.09%, making it significantly more competitive compared to your other centralized exchanges in the industry. And of course, when we mention centralized exchanges, people will mention Binance. Well, for context, fees on Binance Exchange begin at a whopping 0.57%. So look at that. That's a huge difference. Despite having to withdraw crypto-related services from users in the United Kingdom, CoinDesk claims it has seen an email regarding the exchange sent to a UK customer. And of course, they got some screenshots in that regard. But the main thing is understanding that these guys are huge, absolutely huge. And to have that much QNT, and if anything, have it put into motion for when this CEX comes out, do you not understand the bigger picture? All right, I got to get this wrapped up. I want to jump into this. 2024, June 2024, right? 24th, 3 days ago. Look at this report, guys. ISO TC 307, architecture, or I should say active participation, task force, November 2023 to roughly the present. Look at all these updates. Look at this, for example, excuse me. So you have a revision of reference architecture. You have security management updates. You have auditing guidelines. You have physical assets as non-fungible tokens, representations of this. You have, for example, overviews, privacy updates. You have taxonomy, I'm not even pronouncing that right, reference to architecture. You have overviews, guidelines, data flow models, use cases, right? But again, what's the main one you see? ISO TC 307. What's ISO TC 307? It's the quant network standard, right? For building on blockchain, like the Microsoft of crypto, Microsoft of blockchain, I should say. Gilbert Verdian's even referenced that, right? Jumping over to this from ISO. Look at this, TC 307 once again, June 2024. Why are we pointing this out? Well, because it's the impact and relevance to these projects. A Data Act, think about this for a second, guys, introduces essential requirements regarding smart contracts for executing data sharing agreements in Article 36. Back to this. EIDAS2 introduces European digital identity wallets. We talked about this last week, right, when we did the Jasmy QNT segment. So this is what Europe is doing. And the Qualified Trust Services contemplates electronic ledgers, and its scope defines requirements for qualified electronic ledgers. Back to what RUE was talking about in his outlines. MiCA refers to the need for deploying more environmentally friendly solutions for the consensus mechanisms used for the validation of transactions in what crypto assets. Remember that screenshot I shared with you guys in the last deep dive where it's like, yes, your banker coins will use crypto. Don't listen to that narrative. I'm not going to shout out the guy's name. He's come to my channel numerous times bashing me. I'm not going to bash him back. That's not my style. But you know who he is. You could go on YouTube, type in Baker coins, and go to his channel. He doesn't believe in the banker coins. He thinks a bunch of a false, whatever the case be. God bless the guy. I pray for him. I don't hate him. But the key thing is, regarding this latter regulation, the European Commission started discussing CELEC JTC 19 regarding assessment of CO2 footprint of blockchain/DLT. You can throw Hedera in that mix, which opened a working item on the environmental and sustainability classification methodology of consensus mechanisms of blockchain and, of course, DLTs. And where is this cited from? Because everybody wants a citation. Can't blame you. Bottom left from LACnet. LACnet, LACchain shows who, guys? They chose quant. Is there a little bit more in regards to this? Yes. Now we're talking about orchestration, organization, projects that are relevant to ISO TC 307. European Union adopted 3 regulations. Back to the topic of regulations. Did we forget about this? Might be interesting to TC 307 and how so. Regulation 2023/2854, the European Parliament and the Council of the 13th of December 2023 harmonized rules on fair access to and use of data and amending regulation EU, that particular act, right? Directive Data Act. Here's another one. All these other ones about digital identity framework. So again, this is why I was telling everybody it's not financial advice. This is the way I look at it. I am going to be positioning myself for what's going on in Europe in regards to digital identity and also what's going on in Japan. That way I could hit both markets for when they both do their own thing. That makes sense to me. Back to the whole thing about MiCA. And again, projects in support of the participation of European experts in SDO activities on blockchain are ongoing. So all these participants, and of course I have more in regards to this, but you know, it just pounds it home that much more. I guess I will show you this last part. Silvia Atancio, head of innovation, expanding the Italian Spunta program. Listen to this, guys. Goes live in March. That was back in 2020. Again, R3 aged really, really well to be Europe-wide and corporate with European banks for Spunta. For you guys that don't know about this, look in the background. Corda. That was already there. All these people are saying that was only XDC, and they're speculative about that. That aged well as well. And look at this private conversation. Don't ask me where he gets this. All right? Look at this private conversation, you guys. Okay? What does it say here? December 12th, 2019. Gilbert Verdian from a deleted account. You'll never know who, apparently. But it says, great project for financial institutions. We're working in the right space to be able to deliver to the sector at scale. Spunta, only one banking application. There are many more in the pipeline to run SIA chain and interoperable through what? The Overledger. Huh. That also aged well. Do we have another example about R3? Boom. Let's take it back to r3.com/case study/Spunta. What does it say? Spunta. API Lab DLT, revolutionizing the interbank reconciliation process in Italy. Again, see how it all comes back full circle? This is ABI, not API, sorry. Italian Banking Association, SIA, NTT Data, and R3 governed by ABI and is live in over 100 Italian banks, represent 91% of the nation's bank. Case studies, processes, how it all comes together, a solution, real-time checkups, smart contract technology. Remember, back to that video example, provides banks with automated feedback on their transactions. My God. All right. A little bit more about this from Corda. Again, the solutions. Why Corda? Because Corda was designed from the ground up to meet the exacting standards of the financial services industry and had a close compatibility with technical competitiveness or I can't pronounce it. I'm reading too much tonight. Already in place in the banks. Spunta needed to be able to set up and change bilateral channels easily. Right. Through what? Maybe hooking up with Quant's Overledger. All right. So we're going to get into this because I really want to wrap this up because I want to respect, again, I know that RUE said that he was going to go later, but still, this is quite the WrestleMania. Guys, look at this statement real quick. This is, I don't know how long ago. This is not that old, okay? So this is from Cointelegraph. Look at this, guys. Stable coins to make up 10% of money in the next decade or so. All right, there's a date. June 20th, 2024. Not that long ago. Circle CEO. Circle CEO Jeremy Allaire revealed 4 of the biggest reasons he's more optimistic about crypto and stable coins than ever before. And look at this, guys. Stable coins account for 10% of the global economic money over the next 10 years or so. How do we have, for example, a trigger mechanism or a flip of the switch? Look at this. Bold claim. Several factors could trigger, is that the flip of the switch? An exponential expansion in stable coin adoption over the next 10 years. I want you guys to not get tunnel vision when you hear stable coins, because as we know, there's global stable coins. Back to what, Underdog was sharing last week with that book, right? That talks about it's not necessarily just paid to 1-1 ratio for the dollar, but most of the world's largest payment companies are actively using this tech, exploring how to expand their usage and the benefits of public chains. Stablecoins become apparent to everyone. Yeah. All right, now look at this. This is really something. This is, of course, I got to take a pause. This one's 15 minutes. But this is talking about this right here, Circle CEO on how the U.S., that's right, guys, can win the digital currency space race. You have to hear the terminology he mentions. It's 4 years ago. It's a conversation from Davos. But, man, everything he mentions, almost word for word, are in line with what Gilbert Verdian just mentioned from London, from Lisbon, Portugal, Nadine Shakar going to House Democrats a couple weeks ago. Dominic Rodrigo of Securitize mentioned the same thing, and they're all talking the same way. That is more than a coincidence. That is huge. I'm going to take you to that video here in a bit, but if anything, I don't know what happened to Underdog. I guess he had to take off, but I got to get some of your thoughts on some of this. RUE.
I was just taking a look. Tim Draper's an investor in Revolut.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So that dude continues to rack up all his exchanges that he owns, right? Coinbase, Gemini, CoinHaku, CoinDX, like Philippine decentralized exchange. Like, oh my God, just so many exchanges. Robinhood, which just bought Bitstamp. Like, my man's has all the money flowing through his stuff. So yeah, this is great. This is great. It's great to look at. It just makes me more bullish on Swift, and it's making me gaga about interoperability again, as far as like Quant and XR go. And it's nice to see this kind of interoperability between Quant and our 3 Corda. So I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to say the least. So, guys, the reason why I'm taking all the coverage from the beginning to end, I know we're going quite the distance, and it's going to be quite the challenge to chop it up. It is what it is. If anything, I mean, I wasn't with you guys for a week. Maybe I'll have plenty of time this time. But anyway, we just scaled up to 500 on the combined. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. So we're going to do now, instead of kicking it back in the comments, because there's not a lot of comments, because I guess you guys are listening, which is cool. Shout out to G, Kenneth Robinson. Welcome. Glad to have you guys here. Rodney Smith. Any thoughts on XCN? Not at the moment, but we have covered that in the past. Graceful12 says, why is XRP ranked at number 8 if it's only at 47 cents? The quick answer to that is this. You guys got to understand this. That's a utility coin. And basically, do we see mass adoption of on-demand liquidity currently being used? The answer is no. So again, I'm just going to do quick one-liners tonight. Not trying to sound like a hotshot, but it's just reality. XRP is not focused on retail. Brad Garlinghouse of Ripple stated that. So with that said, I look at Ripple XRP as 47 cents is literally the retail price. The institutional price that XRP or Ripple's not focused on, that is not here yet. That is not even remotely here yet. We do not have examples of mass adoption of XRP yet. But when we do, holy cow. Yeah. Okay? So that's where it's at for me on that. Try to study that a little bit more. Graceful 12. You can watch some of the deep dive videos that we've done. There's other people in this space that have done it as well. But I do welcome you. And it looks like Underdog did respond to you on that, so that's cool. Absolutely. Great discount. And that's from Kenneth Robinson. Any brief thoughts on Casper getting a new CTO? Not at the moment. Is that something that you're looking into? Or is that new news to you?
That's new news to me. I haven't looked into that yet.
Yeah, that's all right. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you guys this video. This is a very important video to listen to. I know we're going quite the distance. RUE, you rock. Thanks for rocking with me. I mean, I did give you plenty of offers at the beginning. You know what I mean?
No, I'm glad we did it this way.
Well, it's a learning experience. Even when I tune into you, I learned some stuff too. So, but the thing is, guys, again, I just want to advise you all, please support those that were networked in this space. RUE Black of the Black RUE Investing and darkhorsewatcher.com. You can be followed at Black RUE. Also on YouTube and X, there's Underdog Researcher of the Underdog Research channel. And of course, we'll give them a little more plugs here in a bit. But these guys rock. We also are going to have some exclusive content. Call it, I don't know. People say like the 92 Dream Team of researchers. I don't know. That's a funny compliment, but thank you for that. Yeah. But it really will be like all-star team of researchers, So we're going to get together and discuss a little bit more, but it's going to be really cool. But let's just get into this, all right? So here it is from YouTube. Let's go ahead and share this. Let's give you a little bit more background just in case you're just tuning in. And conversation from Davos with Circle founder and CEO Jeremy Allaire, if I'm pronouncing that right, about the rise of stablecoins like USDC, why these technologies will win out as technology advances, and what the U.S. needs to do to stay competitive in a new global financial order. Now, before we play this, I just want to put out a disclaimer, okay? I want you guys to, again, this is no bash on anybody, but even I could do it. You can get what I refer to as crypto tunnel vision, not understanding the bigger picture. When you hear the topic of stable coin, don't look at it from a 1-1 peg to a dollar type of example. Now, in this case, for Circle, yeah. But when you hear these statements, and one of those statements earlier, again, let's just jump back to this for a second, because there's people just tuning in. I get that. Stable coins will make up 10% of money in the next decade. What about the quant connection to this? That's what your key takeaway should be. We're going to play this. I'm telling you flat out, listen to how this gentleman speaks. And if you don't think that he's been hanging around with Gilbert Verdian and has really been pitched the concept of what the Overledger is doing for Web3 and basically a Microsoft for blockchain, the foundation for building on blockchain, I don't know what to tell you. And, RIP to the bug that's in your room. So with that said, let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
I hear that you've been excited about regulation of stablecoins. Is that like a hot thing for you right now?
Yeah, absolutely. We're the purveyor of USDC, which is the largest regulated dollar stablecoin in the world, and
rated much higher than Tether, right? Yeah.
Yes, I mean it's
quite sort of obvious, right?
It's regulated and fully reserved with Bank of New York Mellon and BlackRock, and sort of widely used in many applications around the world.
So what's going to happen when things are regulated? How is that going to change the world of commerce, just generally, not just crypto?
Yeah, so I mean, I think, and my interest in particular in the AI topic related to this as well is what we're seeing happen is the building of essentially a new internet-based financial system, and it's an internet-based financial system where value can be exchanged effectively with the same speed and efficiency and cost effectiveness as data. And there are these new networks, blockchain networks, that effectively provide an execution environment for money. And the really powerful thing about this is that in the next few years, we'll reach a point where essentially the marginal cost of moving around money will go to zero. And at the same time, these blockchain networks are essentially trust machines. They provide a way to have trustworthy data, trustworthy transactions, trusted compute, and it's the combination of that, the kind of smart contracts, the programmability of money, and the frictionless movement of money that makes this really exciting. And so I think from what becomes possible, well, once these are essentially treated as legal forms of money, which is happening around the world right now, and you have this kind of infrastructure, it makes it possible effectively for machines to enter into contracts on our behalf. So AI agents that can transact with each other, transact with others over a medium of exchange that is itself machine programmable. And so I'm interested in and looking forward to this convergence of machine intelligence, machine code generation, verifiable data, verifiable compute, and the ability for economic contracts to actually be both generated, executed, and enforced by machines. And I think that's the convergence that I'm excited about here.
So one of the things you might not know about is we co-chair IETF committee on exactly this. So there is now going to be a standard so that you know that it's trustworthy to move things from one network to the other. Because currently it's a source of a lot of fraud, a lot of, like half of the North Korea's ICBM program is
from hacks.
From hacks of stable coins.
Of bridges.
Of bridges, yeah. So we'll get rid of that, right?
Yeah, so we have something called the cross-chain transfer protocol.
Yeah, well, your protocol is really pretty good.
Which
actually got to make that everywhere, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So one of the questions that comes up with the people that I talk to are people like SWFT who are moving to a blockchain-like system. It's a distributed ledger system put on top of their existing system. Well, how does that interact with what your vision is?
Well, I think we're really focused on how to build new fundamental building blocks and protocols for the public internet. So public protocols that are public APIs that any developer who wants to build an application that uses programmable money, that wants to build an application that uses Web3 native primitives, for them to be able to do that in a permissionless way. And to do that on a global basis. So I think our vantage point is just very different. We're looking at this as an internet platform utility that is an open infrastructure for people to build on top of. Underneath, of course, the actual stablecoins are increasingly a highly regulated form of digital fiat money, and so it sort of has kind of bank-like prudential regulation around it. But the actual technology layer is not an infrastructure that's tightly managed and controlled by a small set of private sector actors. It's actually the public internet. And I think we've seen that when you have open networks and open platforms that are widely available, that any developer can build on top of, that we see the most innovation. And so we're just very focused on how to build this as open infrastructure on the internet, as opposed to kind of augmenting and adding on top of kind of legacy closed networks.
Yeah, no, understood. So one of the problems or the concerns that people come up with is that you're not the only person in this game, and the open internet is really the Western internet, and that China, Russia, other entities are building a quite separate internet on top of TCP/IP. But they're, for instance, talking about BRICS coins, having a very different thing, which means the dollar wouldn't be a reserve currency the same way anymore. The rules of the road might be different in different countries.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a critical national security and national economic issue for the United States and certainly for other Western countries. I think that the way I look at it is that we're in a digital currency space race. And the future of currency competition is actually technology competition.
Right.
And what values do we want in that system? Do we want values that are grounded in open, free market, competitive, full access? And I think that's largely what the world wants. And so the United States needs to lead there. It needs to obviously enable the private sector to innovate in this space. And it should be, driving essentially digital dollars like USDC as a major export product around the world, because this essentially has the reach of the internet.
I have to agree with you. It's just like, if this is a point of real competition, because you have Belt and Road, you have other sort of initiatives, and those are competition.
Right. And individuals and households will get to choose with their smartphone what global economic system they want to participate in. And so that's a choice people will make. Now, there will be, great firewalls that attempt to enforce a balkanized internet, as there already are. But I believe for most of the world, it will remain open. And in a world that is largely remains open, that's a tremendous opportunity for this kind of digital currency competition to take place and to thrive.
So people wonder about sort of a race to the bottom. So I could set up a system that doesn't have quite the overview that, say, the Western system does. It's a little cheaper as a consequence. And wouldn't all the consumers go to that one, even though in the long run it's a bad choice?
Well, I think this comes back to a fundamental attribute of money and the use of money, which is it is grounded in trust. And it is grounded in an individual or an entity's understanding of the fundamental safety and soundness of that instrument. It's why every person in the world would rather hold US dollars than almost any other currency, because they understand that there is, you know, the most creditworthy, relatively speaking, hopefully for a long time.
We hope, yes.
Economy, and so, but that is, you know, there are many dimensions to that trust, and so I don't think it's as simple as, you know, here's this cheaper alternative, go use it. I think that digital dollars and other other currencies, digital euros and the like, have network effects, have embedded trust, and I think if you can build the technology infrastructure in a way which is also something that people can depend on and trust as well, that you can certainly have a situation where you can prevail.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that as someone who advises some very large sovereign wealth funds and does things like that, I noticed that in 2008 we had a problem, and the problem really at its heart was the math was wrong. We used the wrong distributions in the models so that you could get the head of Lehman out there saying, this is a 26 standard deviation event, which is on the face of it stupid. We don't have events like that. What we have is bad models. And so when you get something that's a very liquid network, where you can move things around, where you can have essentially DeFi, it becomes hard to know that you're doing it right.
Well, this is a fundamental, I wouldn't call it a paradox, but it's one of the really fundamental things about this. Blockchain infrastructure emerged in part as a reaction to the global financial crisis.
Yeah.
Both to establish more sound forms of money, to avoid some of the pitfalls of leverage and fractional reserve banking. And that's actually embedded even in full reserve dollar stablecoins, which do not seek to take money and then rehypothecate it and lend it, but instead hold it in full reserve. But I think importantly is you're going to have, I like to call it the new physics of money. Blockchain networks essentially gives money the physics of internet data. And so when you have the physics of internet data, you're going to have the highest velocity money that the world has ever had, and you're already seeing that. And so I think you're right, with this incredibly high velocity money, doesn't that allow just an unprecedented amount of risk to proliferate? But the flip side is that if done right, everything can be built on provable, verifiable, real-time auditable networks, and you can build, effectively a level of visibility into capital, risk, liquidity, and flows, and you can have a real-time visibility into it that would be unbelievable from a regulatory perspective as well. And so, properly designed, you should be able to have a radically larger financial system, a financial system with significantly more reach than we have today that increases economic velocity, and something that is fundamentally safer.
So I believe that it's possible to build something like what you're saying. But if I look at current high-frequency trading, I see crashes regularly. But the crashes only last for a millisecond, right? What that means, though, is that somehow the equations, the strategies that are being done, which are, mathematical, they're things that ought to be solid, have these bugs, and we're just fortunate that they recover really quickly. So there's worry that as you make that across the entire world and you make the amount of money trading large, you're going to get those sorts of things also. And then the other thing is that, like, you look at high frequency trading, the only people can do it are really, really wealthy people who have special access to the, they're half a millisecond away from the central server that does the resolution. The rest of us just have to live on the crumbs. How can you start? So I believe you about the infrastructure, but then there's this other sort of thing of like what's actually happening and who's able to actually put the resources together to get at it in a competitive way.
Well, there's a lot going on in the on-chain finance space, and even something like an automated market maker, which is an invention of DeFi, allows an individual to basically provide liquidity to what is effectively a market-making strategy that can be very, very sophisticated. You're also actually seeing, AI and crypto convergence in the sense that you're seeing protocols that effectively allow people to pool behind highly sophisticated, automated market-making strategies and effectively fund those almost like an LP funding Citadel or what have you. And so you do have what I would say green shoots of this kind of democratization to access to hyper-efficient market structures.
So one final question, because we're running out of time. So given that there are these concerns about the algorithms and the math, not the infrastructure, how would you start off in a way where we can sort of sandbox this or be cautionary before we sort of release it on the world?
Well, I think it's tricky. Clearly, public blockchains are a public computing surface, and there's just a constant amount of innovation that's happening. So there are options protocols, derivatives protocols, lending protocols, all these things that are being built. And that is the laboratory. That is the sandbox.
Okay, well, I think a lot of people would like to see a smaller sandbox that's a little safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy.
All right, that was a lot to get into. But again, the sandbox. Sorry, that just got really loud. How many times we talk about the sandbox, especially when we talked about, Project Enbridge, Project Rosalind, all this stuff, right? So I just want to take a brief moment because we talked about the original Bitcoin white paper earlier and so on. I'm going to pound this home just a little bit more. So the Bitcoin original white paper mentions peer-to-peer cash system. Quant focuses on a peer-to-peer financial system. At the end of the day, why is it all significant? And if you're just tuning in, again, this is pounding home what we shared earlier, which is this right here. Okay, peer-to-peer financial system. This was shared from Gilbert Verdin back, 2019. All right, but more about that. He, shared it before. So there's that. What I'd like to get into is understanding the difference, the real nitty-gritty between the two. Okay, so the breakdown. Bitcoin aims to be a digital replacement course for cash. Focuses on enabling direct electronic transactions between individuals without a bank or other intermediary. Quant, on the other hand, envisions a wider range, of course, of financial applications beyond just, of course, cash. Their peer-to-peer network could facilitate various financial activities, of course, potentially including things like securely transferring other digital assets besides just a single cryptocurrency. Hence why it's blockchain agnostic. How about RTGS and so on? XRPL, things that simply make sense with that. But streamlining international payments, enable interoperability between different blockchains. In short, for all of us, Bitcoin targets a specific function like cash-like transactions, while Quant aims to be a platform for a variety of financial interactions. And I love this analogy. Hear me out. Think of Bitcoin like a digital vending machine for a specific product, for example, cash. Quant, on the other hand, aspires to be a whole online marketplace where you can exchange various products, financial products that is, and services directly with others. Now, everything that's been presented, we're almost completely done with this. I swear, it's quite the outline. I didn't realize it was going to be this long. At the end of the day, check this out. How much money is in the world right now? Total supply and circulation, March 22nd, 2024 report. And what's important to understand is the idea of the money system, but the different types of course, money. Remember how in quant we talk about M10? Economists divide money into categories based on primarily like how liquid it is. Remember earlier we talked about this whole thing of liquidity? But according to the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, the range starts at the narrowest and most liquid with M0, and in the US goes up to the broadest and least liquid, M3. Each M level includes the levels that precede it. So M3 includes M0, M1, and M2. And I did a deep dive in the past about this. The central bank in the United States is the Federal Reserve System, which publishes U.S. currency data based on 3 of the 4 M's. Okay? And of course, it gives you a big breakdown about this. And I've covered this in the past. I don't want to necessarily get into this. But this statement right here, how much money is it actually in the world? Some people have asked that. The total amount of money in the world can be measured and expressed in many different ways. Difficult to get a specific measure. But if you're curious about the total value, which we are, of notes and coins in circulation, the Bank of International Settlements, kind of funny how they're always there, estimated to be 8.275 trillion or 8.28, like it says right here, US dollars across 20 major countries plus the Euro area. That was back in 2021. Of course, there are nearly 200 countries in the world, so this is just a rough estimate. Again, a rough estimate. Back to the whole thing of M1 money supply includes money in circulation, travelers' checks, demand deposits. You get the gist. 48.9 trillion as of November 28, 2022. But that publication from Visual Capitalist estimated the total value of the M2 money supply that you guys have been hearing about for the longest time is $82.6 trillion. So think about what I just mentioned for a brief moment. And in closing, I want you guys to also think about this. You heard this CEO from Circle, USDC, what he was mentioning. Back to the whole thing, obviously, even with this, how stablecoins make up 10% of the money in the next decade or so. The quant connection with this all, guys, that's where I'm going with this. So basically, it's like this. The quant does 10% of that figure. You're going to have, 10% of 83 trillion. That would come out to be 8.3 trillion. What if it was even extremely lowballing that? 1%, right? Well, that would be 830 billion, and that's just from the stable coin side of things. Think about how huge that could basically be. So, with that said, finally, in conclusion, I want you to understand the bigger picture. That's why we did the deep dive tonight. Really huge deep dive. But I want to get your take on some of this stuff, Rue. I'm finally done with my coverage. You know what I mean? You could have done it at the beginning, bro. Anybody tuning in and wondering, why doesn't this guy, Maximus, let his guest speak? He wanted to hear all this, so that's what we're doing. And for all you guys, you got a big audience that's going to be waiting for you, man. 530 people to hear what you got tonight for your alpha, man. But I do want to hear what you got in regards to specifically this last bit. I mean, come on, CEO of Circle talking about things. You notice the terminology, his verbiage, if you will, right? Sounds exactly like what Gilbert Verdian has been pitching. Anyway.
Yeah, it's hard for me to comment on that because it gets into some things like, okay, what is money, right? And then central banks and what backs our money, and those are like very like complex things. Like I have certain opinions on. But it's like it really like when I hear that, it just makes me think more about how Bitcoin is valuable, because if you think of Bitcoin as digital gold, and then like it's way more valuable than a dollar, right? So it's like, okay, then how does Circle or Tether or anything compare to Bitcoin in that aspect? Like, okay, then it makes me think about just liquidity pools, right? And these stable coins being liquidity pools. I see the need for something like a energy web token, where you actually want to back like your money by something. So like when you think of things like Ledger, or I'm sorry, XRP and XDC being like, you know, XDC or XRP being a settlement coin for different CBDCs or different types of assets, and XDC being settlement for trade finance, then you see like, okay, now you got this vehicle for actually backing something that's concretely backed by something. And that's very intriguing to me. But yeah, then I guess that's how I'll address that without getting into issues that I don't know that you want to get into.
No, it's okay. It's like a Forrest Gump moment, and that's all I got to say about that. Right? Anyway.
Exactly.
All right, that's cool. We'll read a few comments, and then we'll definitely kick it over to you, buddy, because you've been more than patient. You do rock with that. So I did welcome Rand earlier. Rich J, thank you for being here. Balaclava Man, glad to have you guys here. So Rand says he's done and stressing watching crypto. You'll be back. Wait until 2026. Uh-oh. Last time you said that you took off like a year and then you came back. So I guess we'll see you in 2026, my friend. All right, let's see here. Pump that Swift coin to my Swifties, baby.
Rich J always says he wants to pump this Swift coin to Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. All right, Rich J, this is for you.
Hey, yo, Rue, good to see you, man. Thanks for so much research. Year of the Dragon. Okay.
Yes, sir. Marsh says, House of Dragon, any significance? I haven't started that. You know, I like Game of Thrones. I didn't like the ending, but I haven't started that House of Dragon.
Just so people know, this year is the Chinese Year of the Dragon. And one of the connections I made was that Draper Dragons, Tim Draper's Chinese venture capital fund, has a dragon on it. Right, if you look at its logo, it's a red and white shield, which is very interesting with the dragon on it. You know, red and white shield, red shield, Rothschilds. You know, also red and white. You can think of the flag of Switzerland. And that can lead you into a whole bunch of other things that I don't know that we necessarily want to talk about. But yeah.
Wow. All right, let's see here. Let's go further down. Patrick Collier had to go, so he's probably gone by now. But thanks for being here, Patrick. This is for you.
Peace. What up, Rue? Thanks a ton for the Swiss research. I think you remember me for the Taylor theory. Yes, I do. Which is pretty funny too, just to get a little bit into that. Like Taylor Swift was like bandied about forever at the beginning of the year because of the whole, you know, her dating Chiefs center, or Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, the Chiefs colors, red and white. So brings us right back there. But anywho, that's just, you know, woo-woo stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of Travis Kelce, there's another one for you.
Like, what if we did everything right, got screwed, but then Travis Kelce's tweet Swift coin and we're on Boat's dog? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But no, I think we're good because Mr. Draper there is going to move his liquidity through Swift at the very least. And I think, like I was saying to others before, I don't think that the billionaires even need retail for Swift because there's so many different billionaires attached to Swift. And we've already shown you, even just today, bringing up Revolut, a new exchange that Draper's attached to. Like, there's so many different exchanges that Draper's attached to, and that can run money through both G7 and BRICS. I think we're good.
All right. So guess what? It's finally that time. The Could have been the time at the beginning, but you rather wait till 3 hours 44 minutes. I didn't know you were going to go that long, Max. It's not all on me. What the hell, scam? So with that said, guys, believe it or not, thank you for staying the course. Please smash the like. We're at 546 on the live on the combined broadcast. You guys rock. Thank you so much for tuning up big for RUE. So we already covered XLM, covered a big outline for QNT, and now, even though we talked a little bit about Swift coin connections with some of the things that Underdog and RUE mentioned earlier, RUE has some research in regards to more connections, I assume, in regards to Swift blockchain, Swift coin. So are you primed and ready to go, sir?
Yes, let's start with this tab again here. We'll share this one.
I don't see it on the screen, so you have to reshare.
Okay, let me see.
Okay. One you had earlier is for the XLM and Quant and stuff.
Yeah. Let's start there.
So this is the one you want?
Yes.
Okay.
So just to get back here, guys. Remember, like today we kind of all talked about this one and kind of Stellar and Quant, and this is like the G7, if you will, side of what's going to feed into Swift, and we know that it's going to feed into that through Stellar, through Tim Draper, and so we got this side. Now we're going to kind of go and move to the brick side. So imagine any of these things can feed into Swift, and I'm kind of show you that a little bit today. So if we go over to MetaPath, one thing I want to kind of show you guys about MetaPath is we know that MetaPath is built with Swift technology, okay? And MetaPath works already right now, and they show us some things that you can swap on MetaPath right now. So unfortunately, you can't use Swift in the US, but you can use MetaPath. But I just want to show you guys all the different blockchains that are on MetaPath right now, right? And I still think they're not showing us everything because they don't show us Stellar on here, okay? Even though we know Swift is following Swift blockchain. Now we're talking about not the other Swift. Swift blockchain, we know they're following Stellar. We know they're following everything from Velo to Aphrium to, XLR. We know they're following Stellar. We know they're following Cosmos things like XLR. So we know they could probably use those too. So, but here, looking at all the different chains that are available on MetaPath, remember, which is built with Swift technology, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Tron, Polygon, Heco, OKX Chain, Arbitrum, Optimism, Avalanche, Sui, Phantom, ZK Sync Era, CFX, which is Conflux. They have a big deal with Chinese telecom company, Solana, Ethereum F, Ethereum W, Clayton, big in South Korea, ETC, Ethereum Classic, EOS EVM, KCC, Celo, XRP, DOT, Chronos, TT, which is Thunderchain, Thundercore, ORC, XDC, DRAC, Kava, which is Cosmos, GRC30, Core, Brain Chain, MTR, BTTC, HBP, HPB, AME, Gnosis, Breeze, Pulse Chain, Filecoin, FVM, which is Filecoin Virtual Machine, Base, Linea, Pego, Opt, BNC, which I believe is like Optimism BNB on the BNB chain, Say, Scroll, BRC20, MNT, which I think is Mantle, Apatos, Aleph, Blast, Area, X Layer, Merlin, Cube, Ton, Manta. All those different networks are supported by MetaPath, okay? Consequently, also supported by Swift, okay? Now we're going to go over and kind of look at this from the BRICS perspective, right? And we got 4 countries that are joining BRICS, okay? And come over on my channel to get some deeper research on this. I kind of mentioned 4 countries joining BRICS. Check out the video, but we're just going to do a little quick getting into this here, a little small getting into this here. So these 4 countries have applied to join BRICS: Zimbabwe, Thailand, Malaysia, and Colombia. Okay. Now these are going to tie back to Stellar in that Thailand, Velo is very big in Thailand. If you guys don't know Velo, it's on Stellar, but also we're going to tie in Colombia, Malaysia. Do I have X pulled up? Here, we'll just open this tab and we'll go to X here. So we're going to tie these to Stellar, and we're going to also tie these into Swift by showing you that Swift is following them, even though they don't say that they support Stellar. They're and you have to check out the channel, my channel, to kind of look at more information on that. But let's share this tab here and show you Afrium. If you guys are not familiar with Afrium, that's a coin on Stellar that's looking to revolutionize and bank the unbanked in Africa. Okay. Pull them up right quick.
Well, that
So
was
here we are with
quite the sight.
Afrium. Right.
Right.
So Afrium. So we got if we look at who is following Afrium, okay. We see Swift blockchain. So we know this is built on Stellar. We can almost assume that they support them. But one of the things that we're going to go down and look at is make a mention to Zimbabwe. And if you guys aren't familiar, Zimbabwe recently launched a gold-backed currency. Here we are. It says, interesting. IMF calls Zimbabwe's gold-backed currency an important policy action. Okay. So right there, we got a little connection there via Afrium to Zimbabwe, which just joined BRICS. And, you know, we know that Afrium runs on Stellar, and we saw that Swift is following these guys. Okay. Now, another connection to one of these countries, if we go to, let me close that. We go back here and we go to Colombia. Okay. Colombia will find, if we go over here to Draper VC firms, Draper Associates, we're going to go to a company called Lemon Cash. And we're going to open this up. And when it opens, we'll share this tab. So this is another exchange, another payment app that Draper owns. It says the #1 crypto app in Latin America. Okay. And I also assume that they'll probably be some way connected to Swift as well. So when you think about this and you think about Draper getting all the like arbitrage from all these different exchanges, right? I don't think that Swift's really going to need us. So I know a lot of things that people are mentioning is like, oh well, what about the advertisements and all of that? Like, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter like advertisements, because all of these different exchanges, all of this different, all these different payment apps can go through Swift. Okay, and you can see this is the #1 cryptocurrency app in Latin America, and it will probably be connected to Swift with it being a Draper asset. Okay, so let me pull an article up really quick here.
Just real quick,
Sure.
on the quant outline, I just touched on it really briefly in regards to LACnet and then also LACchain. And so their presence. Really interesting to see this in regards to even Swift coin or Swift blockchain. You notice a common thing here? They all position themselves for, strategically speaking, for these areas of the world. Latin America, in this case, Argentina, down in South America. I don't know. It's just it's more than a coincidence,
Yes, indeed. And you see here it says Lemon Cash, an Argentinian based exchange. This is in July 26, 2021. But what you're going to notice who they're going to serve is Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Uruguay. Okay. So there's a BRICS connection there, but you can see they're serving a lot of Latin America there. Now I know we're talking BRICS, but if we come over here and look at Circle, they also say that they're coming to Latin America and that they're embracing. And the reason I point this out is because we saw that again in that mind map we showed you. We saw how Circle and Stellar and all those different Circle is a member of the forum, if you will, the World Economic Forum. So all the things that are connected to that, like Stellar, and we know Stellar is intimately connected with Circle and Coinbase, which Draper owns. All of these things can run through Swift. And it was pretty interesting. Somebody was mentioning this in my chat one day, or one of my viewers. They're saying, "Oh, I saw Coinbase delist all these coins, but they didn't delist Swift." And of course, they wouldn't delist Swift because it's a Draper asset, and Draper owns Coinbase, right? So,
Oh man, strategically position itself not to be rugged, if you will.
right. So that's just only further proof of what type of position that Swift holds, right? And just in case you've never seen it before, if we go to their website, they tell you that they're a Draper Dragon asset. Okay, since 2017. Okay, so just very important to note there. And then if we go back here, we will now look at Malaysia. And remember, we're keeping it in this whole discussion of BRICS, right? So now we're looking at Malaysia. We talked about Thailand with Velo. We talked about Zimbabwe with Afrium. We talked about Colombia with Lemon Cash. Now we're going to talk about actually like province or country that was controlled by Singapore, and they're very close to Singapore. So when we about Malaysia, you can almost throw Singapore in there too. So all that information that we mentioned about excellence also kind of applies when you talk about Malaysia, even though, you know, they're two different countries, they're close to one another. But if we come over here and take a look, and here is, we've looked at this one before too, right? This is Boost VC. This is Adam Draper, Tim Draper's son, which, like, if you look up Tim Draper, it really only lists his daughter as like his child. But I assure you, this is his child, Adam Draper. Okay, so if you go look him up, you might not necessarily readily see Adam Draper, but this is his son. There's an interview out there where Adam Draper's interviewing his dad and Mark Andreessen. So apparently Mark Andreessen and Draper are actual boys. Okay. So two of the biggest, like, kind of crypto investors, even though people never really talk about Draper, and they always or they talk about Mark Andreessen a lot. Draper's probably has more assets than him in the crypto space. But here you are. Now, if we go to their portfolio, what we're going to notice is 2 crypto exchanges in Singapore, or 2 in Singapore, 1 in Malaysia. One covers Malaysia as well. So let's see here. Oh, I passed him. Okay, CoinHaku. So buy and sell digital assets in Singapore and Malaysia. Okay, and then CoinNut, the most secure cryptocurrency exchange platform, Singapore. Okay, so if we go over here to CoinHaku, you know, sometimes they'll let you open these up, sometimes they won't. Okay, this one actually does. So we'll go over here. You can see here they have the app licensed under the Payment Services Act of Singapore. But like they said, they're also in Malaysia as well. And like I told you guys before, Malaysia used to be, you know, like a province or a state of Singapore. So, and then let's go to CoinNut here, or CoinNut. I don't know how you'd say that.
I'm with you. CoinNut.
Yeah,
What a name.
that sounds right to me. And then if we share this guy, you can see secure crypto trading platform based in Singapore, Canada, and Switzerland. Of course, we know Switzerland. We were just talking about Switzerland. Their flag is red and white. It also happens to be really close. I think Davos, where the World Economic Forum is actually located in Switzerland, right? So there's a whole bunch of connections that you can say there and make there. But you know, if you know, you know. So I kind of just wanted to hit you guys with that as far as the BRICS portion goes. And what I want to hit you guys with kind of in the future, if we come and share this tab, we see if we go look at the things that SWFT supports, we'll see that along with supporting, of course, the stablecoin USDC, which they support in droves, they also very much support Tether, which seems to be at the moment the stablecoin of choice for BRICS, if you will. So they support Tether, and they support DAI, and they support Tron's stablecoin, and they support Binance's stablecoin. So they support all the different stablecoins that you can use in these BRICS nations, that happen to be kind of pegged to the dollar, if you will. So they support USDC, USDT, and they support those. Now, one thing I wanted to bring up to you, Max, is have you ever heard of a company called Trust Reserve?
No, I'm not going to even BS. It doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay, sorry about that, guys.
It's all right. So it's people from CoinNut calling you and be like, "CoinNut, shame on you!
Right?
Bring this on
Right?
up!" You know?
Exactly right.
Right.
So let's go. Okay, so let's go to X again, because this is really kind of a little weird here.
Can I just take a moment just to quickly inject something in regards to this, because you've been doing an excellent job on your covers in regards to, Swift coin, BRICS countries. So last week, give or take, I was talking about Uphold, and then they had this announcement, like a delisting of certain stable coins, and then direct reaction was you had at the same time you had Tether USDT, as we know, now backed by gold. So it's like, a lot of people reference USDT as like that's more China's influence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then BRICS countries, it's like Brazil, Russia, India, China, right, and then South Africa. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of the C in BRICS. Okay, Tether being backed by gold. All of a sudden, that's like almost seems like it's an alignment. Now, hear me out. I know it's the tinfoil hat moment, right? Then you brought up the thing on that page just for a brief moment, talking about DAI. Now, last I checked, and again, I probably should do more of my own deep dive research on this, but DAI is India. Okay, wouldn't that be something? I'm just going to call it right now. I think that's the next step in the whole thing in regards to, when we talk about alignment, like on our quant conversations tonight, was all this stuff in alignment, right? Well, if it's action reaction, to me, the next big one to make an announcement would be DAI to also be backed by gold. Now, if that happens, to me, it's like, interesting, because back to all your research of what you've been talking about, BRICS, Swift blockchain, and so on. So when I tell people in our community here and so on, like I talk about like Jasmine goes first because Japan, right? So in that deep dive, and for some of you guys, if you're wondering what am I talking about in regards to that, you just go to the video section. It's the deep dive that says QNT and Jasmine secrets revealed. And I point out with Japan, you have the whole thing of like, here's what's going on with my number cards, right? Digital identity, Japan. Okay. What's Quant doing in regards to digital identity, especially with Europe? We elaborated, gave an update in regards to that tonight. Okay. What's also going on with the BRICS countries? So it's like hitting all three sectors. In my opinion, it's just my opinion. I'm not telling what people to do. I've already set myself up for when Europe goes, there's your QNT connection. Japan has already done its thing, and then the height of the bull run. So I'm already positioning, myself strategically from an investor point of view with Jasmine, for example. So glad I have some Swift coin too, because now it's like it's a global shift from all sorts of different areas. Am I too far off on the whole thing of DAI being the next one? Because if it is, and that's gold back, then damn. I mean, shout out to Brother RUE with the research. So
yeah, let's share this tab. I had this one pulled up too, and it's funny you mentioned that because we just saw Zimbabwe joining BRICS, and they just made a gold-backed currency, right? And just like you were saying, and this is from December 7th, 2022, Tether launches a offshore yuan pegged stablecoin on Tron. So if you scroll down further in the article, they also say Tether announced Monday that its other two stable coins, Tether Gold and European Tether, EuroT, were listed on a crypto exchange Huobi as well. And Justin Sun owns a stake in Huobi, and Underdog Research Channel showed you guys how Huobi does have a relationship with Swift. So, and I also have another video that shows Swift tends to move when BRICS announces that they're going to do a blockchain. Whenever the BRICS channel on X announces that these guys are going, that the BRICS is going to do a blockchain, Swift ends up moving. Okay, so to me, it does say there is some connection there with Swift and BRICS. Okay, so definitely check out BRICS news on X. Okay, there's definitely a correlation there. So definitely check out my video on that. We won't go into how BRICS saying that they're going to make a blockchain is attached to Swift price. I have to check out my channel for that one, but I just wanted to make you guys aware of it. So yeah, where was this other one? There's one more thing I wanted to touch on here.
No worries.
Okay, yeah. So this is very weird. This is very weird. We're talking this company, Trust Reserve. Okay. So the narrative is, and you kind of saw it with the one that Max played with Jeremy Hillar, right? Hillar of Circle. They kind of want to continue they kind of want to continue the whole narrative of Circle being USDC and that they're like America, and we don't want to associate with these China guys, right? But
that seems like the narrative to me.
Yeah, that seems like the narrative, right? Now, there was, and this came out not like a couple years ago, right? So Circle and KuCoin were trying to do some digital yuan action, right? But that doesn't look good if you're going to try to keep up that narrative. Let me bring up that. Let me see. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here's the article. KuCoin and Circle back Chinese yuan pegged stablecoin in a $10 million round. This is March 15th, 2023. Okay. So that can't work if you're going to be the USDC, right? The big old USDC, right? That's not going to fit. That's not going to work with the narrative, right? If this is what you're doing, if you're Circle, right? So these guys that were doing this with Circle were called Trust Reserve. Okay. And all of a sudden, they said that supposedly, are we still there?
Yeah, you're still here.
I blinked out for a second. Are we still there? Can you hear me, Max?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me see if this is going to come up. It blinked off for a second. Okay, let me see. It would. It literally. Okay. Here it is. It's coming up. So May 31st, 2023, the team behind the offshore yuan, Hong Kong dollar stablecoins detained by Chinese police. So
Hold on a second.
apparently
You have
now
to
these
show
guys
that one. Sorry.
disappeared. Okay. Oh, is it? Is it being shared?
Nah, it's not showing that one. Showing the USD alternative. You probably need to see. There you go. You just need to share the tab for that one. Yeah. There you go. So now it's showing up. So you got a bad connection going on or something.
Uh-oh.
We may be losing RUE, but we'll work through it. Give him just a second.
I'm gonna wait until I think I'm heard. Max, if you're still there, I can't hear you. All right, looks like it's still being shared. But okay, all right. So these guys just up and disappeared, supposedly. Okay, let me see if I can go back to that article. Okay, let me close some things down first. Okay. Okay, there we go. So they say they just disappeared. Okay, team behind that just disappeared, they say. Okay. Now the team, they say that the company that was behind this is called Trust Reserve. Here it is. The Trust Reserve team was taken on May 29th. The Chinese language news outlet reported. So wait, okay, so I'm gonna have to close this up because it just does not like me displaying that. And let me share something else here.
Yeah, it's funny.
Now, if we could go
the last couple of days.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm just saying, the last few days I've been having problems on my side of town for Cox Communications ISP. Always working on it. I wonder if they're doing on something in regards to your side of the valley because you're also, you're East Valley. Anyway.
Yeah. So let me share this one. So Trust Reserve.
Right.
So they say revolutionizing fintech globally as an issuer of Hong Kong dollar and the offshore, basically, I think they call this like renminbi, which is basically the yuan, the other form of like the yuan. So only person that follows them that I know is Swift, and they haven't really posted since they supposedly disappeared. So
that's a nice catch.
Are they still going? Who knows? I don't know. Are they? Is Tether, or I mean, is the Circle still doing this with them? And KuCoin, who knows? Speculation on my part. To me, it was like, okay, this isn't going to play well if you're going to be the United States digital dollar, for you to go now put 10 million into part of the the digital yuan. So is it still happening? Who knows? I don't know. But this would connect Circle to a digital yuan. And they are followed by Swift. So who knows?
RUE.
If anybody else has any information on that.
I just got to inject something. So basically, I mean, that's a great catch. My thing is this. So if you want to expand on this further, which I'm sure you would, I have seen countless examples where you have a project that disappears from like X, but then they actively post on LinkedIn. And a perfect example is like a lot of different companies are connected, like the Stellar, especially Quant. You know, I've told guys, I was like, it seems like if we want to find our institutional research, we have to go to like places like LinkedIn. So I wouldn't give up on it. Maybe you could find out if they really truly disappeared. I would highly suggest looking into LinkedIn. You may find what you're looking for there, because yeah, you know, some of those examples. You know, sometimes they just don't want to post it on X because it could either be NDAs or they just realize there's too much. That's more of a social media platform. Some
Yeah.
people say, you know, LinkedIn is, but in reality, LinkedIn's more for, you know, like here's what's going on with the organizations. There's really not a lot of that whole social media interaction, you know, with retail at all. So
Yeah. Yeah, and if we
anyway.
go back to here, like what I was showing you guys before, and coincidentally, this is the CEO of Uphold who posted this this little document here. You see here linking into the Overledger, this guy who posted this, he does still have Tether and the other stable coins there, right? So I could still foresee those being linked into Quant, even though I don't think this side of the faction, this USDC side, would want you to think or believe that Tether and the rest of those stable coins will link in. But we just showed you Swift, which supports them all, right? So who knows, right? But I think that Swift is probably going to be more on the BRICS side of things. But again, they're owned by an American billionaire, and I really don't think it matters much to the billionaires. They just want to move their money wherever they want it right now, right? And this could be a very good tool to do it. And Tim Draper does openly say, my best investments are my investments in China. So he does openly say that. But then again, how many people know who Tim Draper is, right? When he's like kind of Kathy Wood, Warren Buffett, and Michael Saylor all rolled up into a one person. When you really think about his investments in Tesla, Bitcoin, and like all the other investments that he has, like SpaceX for what that's worth. Tether, I'm sorry, Tesla, Hotmail, you name it, right? So yeah. So I just wanted to kind of hit you guys with that and show you kind of the BRICS connection to Swift. And if you come over to my channel, I have like 2 different videos covering like a lot more information on this. One covering specifically the links to those BRICS, the 4 BRICS countries we mentioned, and one specifically going over kind of the connection to BRICS and Swift.
Great research as usual. Do you have anything more you want to share? If not, I'm going to go ahead and plug your channel and also Underdog.
Yep, that's it.
All right. Well, it's been awesome research as usual from RUE. We're going to give him a plug for his channel. Let's go ahead and share this. So you have his channel, which is right here. Again, let's go ahead and full screen this. It is Black RUE Investing. RUE, like it says, RUE Black, the Crypto RUE podcast. You can follow him at Black RUE on both X and also YouTube. And just giving you a heads up about his X. Here it is. And he's, been posting there a lot more. See, he's, retweeted this June 24th in regards to what the BRICS countries are doing. So very interesting to see some of this, see how it pans out and so on. We'll jump back to this as well. any announcement you want to make in regards to your live show, videos that you're looking to do. Obviously, you're still looking to cover more of Swift Coin.
Yeah, I want to do some more looking at bricks and specifically kind of Tether and how that might relate, and some of the stuff that we especially came up with tonight, like that video you shared. Oh man, I definitely want to do some more looking in that. Like you just brought up that Revolut, and seeing that Tim Draper is an investor in that as well. That's just another exchange that I can add to his list. Man, that dude, like how many more exchanges can we add to this guy's list? Especially considering, Robinhood that just had that news where Robinhood bought Bitstamp, and you were just saying that Revolut also added crypto.
Yeah, and a lot of it. And if anything, they bought 55,000 QNT tokens. Like, what the hell, man, right? Yeah.
So it's like Draper's making these moves, and all of his companies are making these moves. So you don't even necessarily know it's attached to him, So
yeah, like kind of like what Underdog was talking about. It's just like, there's the billionaires doing what they're doing with literally, I guess, trillions of dollars. And we're just getting crumbs of that. So, speaking of Underdog, let's give him a plug as well. He's not here. He's a great guy.
Yep.
That worked with us. Here is his channel. He doesn't have an X. I mean, he states that he does, but I mean, I don't know. It's not really active on it, but that's okay. So here's his channel. Give him a follow as well. Underdog Research Channel. Why do you want to do that? Well, obviously covers Swift Coin, Swift blockchain, the technologies. He's got some recent deep dives, even part 2 in regards to Metapath. I got to catch up on that. But I mean,
really juicy.
Yeah, well, all of this is real juicy. But in reality, if you guys want to start off with a certain part to get to, he broke it up into parts. I highly recommend the Billionaire Blueprint, as your go-to. You can watch separate parts, or you could be like me, just watch the full thing and just pause it. As the saying goes, you don't have to watch it all in one sitting, but consistent, awesome coverage in regards to Swift Coin, connections to obviously Stellar, what these billionaires are doing, right? That's why it's called the Billionaire Blueprint. Support our fellow brothers in the space. He just ticked up to 7K, so shout out to Underdog. Obviously, we're going to have a deep dive collaboration, and we're going to get more into specifics about that as we structure it out a little bit better. But glad to basically cover it all. You guys can watch the replay. It'll be chopped up later. I don't know if I'm necessarily with you guys this weekend. Probably not. But there's a chance. Saturday, again, you guys know the drill. If I get the most unbelievable bullish news from Investor Place, and who knows, maybe a surprise broadcast. But can't thank RUE enough for tuning in. Just to give you guys a heads up, we almost ticked up to 600. We're at 579 for the night. How cool is that? RUE and the crew. Rich J, thank you so much for your comments. Dude, only 4 hours. We've gone longer than that, but I don't want to make it too long. Glad to see that Michael Cornwell, Elon Muff, showed up. And he is right. He says, remember you shared this about 2 years ago in regards to some of the stuff with bricks? Absolutely. Glad that you pointed it out. I don't know if you're still here. Mr. Elon Muff, shout out to you, Mrs. Cornwell, the Cornwell clan. But guys, really appreciate it. We'll give you the last word, and then we'll play a video that I've been wanting to share with you. Tonight wasn't Jasmine. I've been wanting to share that with you. Last word from our fellow brother, RUE. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. Hope I earned a like and subscribe from you guys. Definitely come on over to my channel. It's darkhorsewatcher.com or YouTube at Black RUE. And also give me a follow over on X at Black RUE. And thank you guys. And see you again in 2 weeks or so.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll have to do that a little bit more on a regular basis instead of once a month and so on. But yeah, stick around. I want you to see this, buddy. I was really proud about this one, and I thought you would like it. So we're gonna play the outro. And here we go. Hopefully it plays right with no interruptions. Here we go. It's Jasmine, but still, you guys will appreciate it. Here we go.
Drop the top and let the sun shine in. With the wood grain, let the Twinkies spin. Get you a glass, mix the Coke and the hen. It's quite alright with the draw in the wind, with the draw in the wind. Got me a 73 Chevy, put dubs on that bitch. Candy, apple, green, niggas loving this shit. Loving this shit. And when I'm in it, I'll act a fool. You don't like how I'm living, bitch, fuck you. That's right. I'm a rude ass nigga. Quick to do you, cut a fool ass nigga. Weighing in at about $1.65, and a nigga can fuck, plus the boy gets live. That's right. You know legs, wings, and short thighs. Beat 'em up, then switch sides. Hot hole worker Sean John below to the floor. He oughta enjoy with the loaded 4-4. Be sure and acquire more for you fuck with mine. Disrespect, I'll disconnect your line. With a 6 watt, when shit's hot you get shot. The fire, the fury, you fuck with it not. You're stopping the grace, get out my space and for me and my ace, lay down the whole place. Recognize this is the verbalized surprise. Fucking with me, wrong way to wise, nigga. Hoes, show, goals. Big old bank rolls, that's all a nigga knows. Throw your elbows, I'm sicker than I suppose. Hold them chose, cause my jury froze. You know how it goes, these young niggas don't want it like this. Go off and get your gat to silence the chit-chat. Blast, so pass, outlast, out cash. More sicky, talk tricky, to the trick like trash. No rilla, a gorilla flow for most thriller. Come clean, looking mean, but you